17th meeting of the Carson City School Board, calling it to order. Item 1 is adoption of the agenda as submitted. This is for possible action.
So moved.
Have a
Second.
motion, have a second by Trustee Crossman. Any board discussion? Seeing none, any public comment on agenda item 1? Seeing none in person, any remote?
No, Mr. Cassiopo.
Thank you. Back to the board. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 2, flag salute. Please join us and Trustee Walker.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 3 is the superintendent's report. This is for information only.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, community members. Just a few things to bring to your attention. At one of our previous meetings, there was a question about some of the activities that were planned for Constitution Day, which is the 17th of September. And Brittany Whitter, who is one of our implementation specialists for social studies, provided not only to me, but to all of our staff members, a number of activities ranging from celebration of your rights, which is a poetry activity, developing a classroom bill of rights, which is a persuasive writing activity, and a number of other activities that look like they will be fun to be had on Constitution Day. So I'd like to thank Ms. Whitter for her work effort and providing this information to us. I'd also like to let everyone know that on September 21st and 22nd, Eagle Valley Middle School has teamed up with the local Noon Rotary Club, and they'll be providing a program to students, and the topic is around making good decisions and being able to enter into appropriate activities as groups and as individuals. And then my last item is just to make you all aware of our community PLC. That stands for, oh, my brain just went blank, Professional Learning Community. And that will be on September the 22nd at 6 p.m. at the Carson High School Senator Square area, and that's by the student store. So with that, Mr. President, that's my report.
Great, thank you. Okay, agenda item 4, board reports. This again is for information only. We'll start off. Do we have any high school reports? No? Do we? Please come to the podium.
Hi, so I'm Sarah Wiggins. I'm a senior at Carson High School this year, and I'm just going to talk about what's going on. So right now we have all of our fall sports are in effect. We're about halfway through the season right now, and our next football game, I believe, is this Friday night, and I'm pretty sure it's away. I don't remember where. And so coming up this Friday as well, we are starting our homecoming. And with that, that's going to be our assembly. That's going to be in our AB 55 that Friday, just to announce everything again. So to start off homecoming week on September 20th, the dress-up day is going to be a birthday party theme with the lunchtime activity being bingo, and then that night is the club fair that we're having instead of the bonfire. Then Tuesday, September 21st, we are having a Nevada Western Day, so pretty much dress up Western and Nevada themed. That lunchtime activity is going to be Limbo, and then that nighttime activity is going to be a drive-in movie at Carson High School, and it's going to be The Goonies. That Wednesday, September 22nd, is going to be a birthday party hat day, which we will be selling for $1. That lunchtime activity is pin the hat on the Senator Man. And then that nighttime activity is going to be Wednesday Night Live at the Community Center at 7, and it'll be $5 for a ticket. Then Thursday, September 23rd, is going to be our way back day. So the freshmen are going to dress up as 90s theme, sophomores 70s, juniors 80s, and seniors as the 60s. And then that lunchtime activity is going to be a balloon stomp. And then that nighttime activity is a football tailgate where we'll be selling some hot dogs, drinks, cookies, and just kind of hang out before that JV game. Then that Friday night, we are going to dress up blue and white theme for that day. Our lunchtime activity is going to be the pep rally that we always have for football games. Then that nighttime activity is going to be the football game and then the parade with all the candidates and all the sports. Then finally, to wrap up homecoming, the dance is going to be September 25th, which is going to be from 7 to 10, and the doors will close at 8:30. And then ticket sales, Monday through Wednesday, are going to be $5 with SBC. The SBC sticker that is $25, which is sold in the finance, and then $7 without. And then Thursday and Friday, it'll be $7 with the sticker and $10 without. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have anybody here from Pioneer? Seeing none, we'll move to Nevada Association of School Boards update.
Just an update. We attended training on school safety. Mike and I and Stacy were there last Saturday, and the same training will be offered on October 8th and 9th. If you were not able to attend it, that will be get registered.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to board announcements. Trustee Walker, if you'd lead us off.
Good evening. From Mark Twain Elementary School, they just would like to remind all the families that pictures will be this Friday. And they are also kicking off their cookie dough fundraiser Friday. And they just want to remind parents that this is a COVID-safe fundraiser. All money, all transactions could be done online. So there's not a door-to-door component if you don't have family, friends, or whatever. And then I just wanted to give a shout out to colleague Wade Greenlee. I saw at a convenience store while I was getting a bottle of water, and he's telling me that he's coming out of retirement, helping us out. And, you know, Wade, and I see Shelley Randall is on the consent agenda. So, you know, we have a lot of phenomenal retired teachers who keep coming back and helping us out with labor shortages. And so I just want to say thank you to them because we certainly need their help.
All right, thank you very much. Stacy.
Just a reminder, we talked about Pioneer. Their open house is tomorrow. It's virtual. Mr. Zonas sent out a email about it. I did that last year, and it was really interesting to go to the different teachers, and the JAG program was explained and stuff. It was really helpful for me. And then just to remind everybody that it's National Suicide Prevention Month being September. And as you know, one of our board members was hit by this pretty hard, and we really did keep it going. And I want to remind everybody that's why we have Safe Voice and why we've been harping on it so much, especially during the pandemic. So if you need help, there's help out there.
Thank you. Trustee Ramirez.
I don't have a report this evening.
Hey, Trustee Crossman.
Okay, so I don't have, Mr. Brown does not have anything to report this week. Dr. Ward DeJoseph from Fremont says she would like to thank the parents who volunteered to be on the school improvement plan, and she looks forward to their partnership.
Thank you. Rich. Trustee Varner.
Yes, from Boardwalk Bray, this Thursday, September 16th at 6 p.m. via Zoom. They're holding their parent night. Information, they'll be presenting information on the Title I schools, school safety, as well as school-wide data. They'll be presenting that also. And they're going to also have a discussion with parents about areas of need. The Zoom link was sent out through Parent Square. And then they will also want to remind people that this Sunday is the Boardwalk Bray Day at the Reno Aces. They get a certain percentage, I think, of the sales. And also they want to remind people that they'll be selling hot dogs there for $1. So you may want to go ahead and do that. I just got a short report from Carson Middle School. They wanted to remind everybody that tomorrow, Wednesday, September 15th, is their picture day. So they just want to remind everybody, all the kids can come dressed up very nicely for the pictures. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of quick announcements from Pioneer. MAP testing is taking place this week for grades 1 through 8. The annual senior sunrise at 6:30 a.m. It's a breakfast event. It occurred last Friday on the campus. Pioneer Speech and Debate Organization is sponsoring a fundraiser for breast cancer awareness. You can purchase your Pink Pioneer Spirit gear at the school website. Pioneer's open house, as I mentioned, is virtual again. It'll take place this Wednesday from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. and parents, guardians can get links sent directly through Parent Square. The class with the most parent participation wins Dutch Bros gift certificates. I almost said Dutch Brothers. My daughter would get mad. And that concludes my report. Item 5 is association reports. Do we have any? Seeing none. Item 6, discussion and possible action to approve an equity statement for the Carson City School District. This is for possible action. Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, members of our community. Thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts. I thought that to start this presentation off, we could talk a little bit about public school accountability. Give just a brief history of what's gone on over time and what lands us in current times. So back in 1965, the first formal federal policy called the Elementary and Secondary Education Act was instituted. And I can remember some very vivid photographs on the evening news that came as this particular act was implemented. There was a lot of public turmoil, and the goal for the passage of this act was to provide, it was intended to provide full opportunity for students regardless of how they looked or what they were, where they were living as a national goal. It was understood that to move the country forward, there was a great need for education to all of the citizens. Specifically, this particular act introduced some additional grant funding for low-income students. We know that as Title I. And those dollars are alive and well today and are used to a high degree in all of our schools. The Elementary and Secondary Education Act essentially moved forward without many changes. Until 1983, there was a research paper that was done by the United States Education Department in 1983. And this particular paper was pretty interesting, and it's essentially the on all of the educators' Ed 101 research and reading. And essentially it said, regardless of race or class or economic status, all people are entitled to a fair chance and to all the tools for developing their individual powers. And it was argued at the time that American schools were producing mediocre educational performance and that students were being ill-prepared for the future. I started my career in education in 1987, and really it wasn't until 2002, when we had No Child Left Behind, that I saw any significant changes in education as a whole. When No Child Left Behind came along, we were all grasping to understand the process and what it actually meant. And in the end, what No Child Left Behind did is it really did expose the gaps of achievement that were being seen in different schools, in different places, in different students' lives. For example, in some of the very urban cities, there were places where they couldn't find certified teachers. And there were individuals that were placed in those classrooms to try and supervise students, but really without any real intent of providing academic structure. And so No Child Left Behind really did, really in my mind, was one of the very first serious efforts at school reform. Unfortunately, there were bad parts of the bill as well. As you recall, the schools were labeled with sometimes very unflattering titles. They were referred to as unsatisfactory, and of course, those measurements were based on not only student performance, but how qualified the teaching staff was, how money was being used by the district. So there was a variety of conditions that were part of No Child Left Behind. But truly, I think what it did for us and for our school district, because I was here at the time, it exposed those achievement gaps that were occurring. And after that, when it looked like No Child Left Behind had run its race, essentially, there was another bill that was still part of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, but it was reformed, and that occurred in the year 2015. And just a few conditions that worked to expand on what was done through No Child Left Behind. This was the first time in education that all students were to be taught to high academic standards. So there was an expectation that state departments of education would be able to provide the detail and the expectations that were actually to be taught in the classroom. And so this wasn't a hit and miss thing. I mean, this now became part of how your school was going to be measured and how well your students were going to be able to do on in their studies. The law also ensured that vital information was provided to educators, families, students, and communities through annual statewide assessments. If you ever go on the Nevada Department of Education webpage, you'll see a little tab that you can click on that identifies the different school districts' report card. And there's a series of data there that you can click and compare our school district to any other, or take a look at how our school district is doing. And of course, that data is broken down and disaggregated into a variety of different data points. The Every Student Succeeds Act was also intended to help support and grow local innovations. You might remember that in 2013, we were able to receive a $10 million grant that was called Race to the Top. And part of the reason that we were successful in that bid was because we had used our strategic plan that had just been developed a year earlier, and were able to implement a lot of those conditions that were based on using all of our resources and applying all of our conditions to individual students. And we referred to our plan as a student-centered plan, which was indeed what they were trying to accomplish here in the Every Student Succeeds Act. Of course, there's always those components of federal law and state law where the goal is to try and reach out to schools that are the lowest performing, and that can be for a variety of reasons. And so we felt like that all of these conditions, starting with No Child Left Behind and working through the Every Student Succeeds Act, really has gone a long ways in our school district and helped us to accomplish much within our work here as schools. So back in the year 2011, there was a change in how school districts measured graduation rates. I remember a time in my career when someone would ask, what's the rate of graduation of your students? And our numbers were always very high, like 99% or 98%. Well, the difference was between then and now was that we were only counting the students that were left in seat at the time our kids walked across the stage. We weren't taking into account kids who maybe started school as ninth graders and dropped out or failed to complete or were not able to meet some of the other requirements like completion of the high school proficiency exam. There were a number of things that caused students not to be able to graduate. Well, in 2011, that process changed, and it changed across the United States. And so the process of counting graduation rates changed not only for the schools in Nevada, but also schools across the United States. And so now we truly could compare how we were doing as a district against a school district in Colorado or one in Florida or one in Maine. And so we were all counting essentially the same thing. And you can see that as we started this process, we learned more about what was expected. We understood the connection between the federal laws, the state laws, and how they impacted our own accountability. And you can see that we made good progress through the years. And a little slight going in reversal there in the year 2020, as you recall. That was the first year in March when the schools were closed. We didn't have the same opportunity to do some of our end of the year remediation and support work that we had done in the past, and so we did end up with a little smaller number there. I bring this up, though, because it's important to note that I believe that through the work from my previous slide, through those efforts, there's been a more productive and a more specific process that has happened in education as we started to look at the data of all students and as we started understanding and using standardized tests and how they applied and then interpreting that information and that data so that we're able to assist all of our students. Now, to look at these numbers again, these numbers don't represent a condition or a situation where one group of kids are being benefited over another. All of the students really were given equal access because that was, think of the title, No Child Left Behind, that was the goal. You can tell that maybe in 2013 we didn't have that whole system working to our best advantage. But over time, we got better at that. We became more proficient at understanding the data. We became more proficient at counseling with students. And so these numbers were not at the expense of any one group or type of students. And so this is the kind of consideration that we think of when we're talking about equity or when we're talking about do the resources that are available to us as an organization, are they being applied universally? And that's truly what we're trying to accomplish. Yes,
Sorry, let me get it on. Just a quick clarifying question. These numbers, percentages, this includes all the graduating classes in Carson City School District, including Pioneer High School, Carson High School, and the adult education program as well?
Thank you, Trustee Crossman. I did intend to say that, but I appreciate that. So we have, in addition to students that are still considered maybe traditional students, we also have those students that are represented in adult education programs and alternative ed programs and also using remote systems for instruction. So thank you for that clarification. Any other questions? Okay, so on May 4th of 2021, we were holding a community PLC meeting at Carson High, and this is a process that has been in place since the implementation of our strategic plan back in 2012. And that plan brings members of our staff, members of our community together, and we talk about how we're doing as a school district as it applies to the goals, the objectives, and the strategies of our strategic plan. And at that particular meeting, we were planning to introduce the concept of equity. And at that meeting, we had a group of citizens attend, many are here tonight, and they had questions about the word equity. And it was very illuminating to understand what their concerns were. And so within that meeting, we talked about the concept of equity and what it means, what it doesn't mean. And so I tried to put together in this particular slide a few things that might open the opportunity for discussion, for explanation, and really what I'm hoping we can accomplish through this entire process is to reach some sort of agreement, because our strategic plan, which is called Empower Carson City 2022, and this is on the webpage for everybody to see, but it actually has a shelf life, as it were. Our strategic plan lasts about 5 years, and then we refresh it. We come back together as staff members and as community members. We talk about those goals, those objectives, and those strategies, and we try to make sure that the students in Carson City are receiving what they need to be successful in college and career opportunities. And so it's my belief that if as a community we can come together within this concept of equity, we can decide what it is, what it isn't, then I think it gives us a better platform when it comes time, because in the year 2022, this thing essentially dies, and we'll want to have something to take its place. Whether or not it looks exactly like this, or whether or not it has a whole new series of goals and strategies and objectives, I think that's yet to be determined. So what I'd like to do is just go through this little list so people can maybe formulate some of their thinking as we have this conversation tonight. So just starting for what an equity statement is. And again, this is my opinion. So I start, I guess, with that understanding. In my opinion, an equity statement is an operational mindset. We had an operational mindset for the first two of these that we did. And so to let the community know that we believe equity has to do with impacting the educational opportunities for all students, to me, that's a great place to start, because then I think we can talk about our educational desires from a very specific strategy. And that strategy is not only going to be represented by the board, by the superintendent, but also by our principals, and hopefully by our staff. And it'll take a little bit of time, as have these, to make sure that everybody understands what these goals are and that we're acting within those things as we move forward. An equity statement is also intended to provide all students with the academic needs at schools. And that can look like a lot of different things. Now, it shouldn't be understood that it just is talking about students who may need remediation. If someone is on the other end of that academic spectrum and needs more challenging material, or maybe belongs in a GATE program, then if that's what that student's special need is, then we provide that for those individuals. It's also expected to be strategies to reduce academic achievement gaps. We know from looking at our data that we have some students that perform better than others. And we'd like to get to a point where we no longer see any students that might be in a particular race or class that is predicted, as it were, for either success or failure based on any of those conditions. We're trying to see all students having all of the opportunities and experiences that they need, so that when they leave our school, they can take whatever step they want. If that's college, great. If that's going into the workplace, wonderful. If that's service in the military, wonderful. So having what our students need in K-12 to accomplish what their individual goals are, or for the goals that their families have for them, the same thing, in my opinion. An equity statement is provided as a operational mindset so every student has the opportunity to thrive. What better word can we use for our students in their educational pursuits? We also want to be able to have a statement that cultivates unique gifts that students have. I have 4 kids. All 4 of my kids went through Carson schools. They all had unique interests and areas in which they excelled. And I was grateful that those opportunities existed for them here. And I feel like they were able to leave our school district and take whatever direction they chose after high school. And I think most educators believe that education is a vehicle to freedom. And that is an important aspect of the work we do. So what isn't it? I do not consider this equity statement as an invitation or a notice that we'll be teaching the critical race theory. So it's not that. I know that we had a hard time getting past that concept in that May 4th meeting. And any association with the word equity seemed to have a direct concern for part of our community members because they felt it was associated with teaching the critical race theory. It is not that. There's no place in our Nevada academic standards where critical race theory is identified by name. I have found no place in our social studies curriculum where critical race theory is mentioned or identified as the topic of that lesson. I've talked with a number of social studies teachers. They have said that's not something that we're teaching in our classroom. In what I've read of the critical race theory, this has been at one time taught at the graduate level in universities and even sometimes in law school. It's a very complex topic. It's not something that I understand after spending multiple days trying to read this at depth and to be able to see if I understand it according to what folks in town understand it as. And I would love to have any of the folks that are here tonight to share with me what they believe critical race theory is so that we can be assured that we're all working on the same page. I want as much as you and as much as the folks behind me to work in accordance with what's expected of us, what our teachers are expected to do, and to follow the rules of the Nevada academic content standards. The equity statement is not a predictor of student success based on socioeconomic status. Poor kids and rich kids ought to have the same opportunities. In public schools, that's the intent. We are funded by state dollars and federal dollars, and those opportunities apply as much to the first kid that walks through the school doors to the 50th kid and beyond who walks through the school doors. So equity is equal access to all that we offer, all that we purchase for training. You know, occasionally, and I know trustees, you've heard this before, we don't have enough textbooks in one particular classroom. Well, if that's the case, then we work to do whatever we can to make sure that all kids have a textbook. All kids in our school district now have a Chromebook. Whatever one student gets as an academic benefit, all students have. And that's what we would intend to do and keep doing into the future. An equity statement would not create a condition that would reallocate educational funds. That, again, would go against our understanding and our beliefs that we've already established as part of our strategic plan. Besides, it's just not right. All students have the opportunity to education and to have their lives blessed as we have, as we've gone through our educational times. It is also not an opportunity to exclude certain people. Now, there's always expectations. For example, it would be really silly for us to schedule a student in calculus if they didn't have a good understanding of maybe pre-calculus and trigonometry. So while there are academic rules for making sure that our students are going to be successful, we need to make sure that we're starting early enough with our children so that as 7th, 6th graders, they're taking the types of courses and that they're showing that they have the mastery skill set to move ahead in mathematics, so by the time they're a junior in high school, they're able to take these courses. And so that's maybe a different piece that we haven't maybe talked about or explained very well, but there does need to be individual studying and counseling that's done for our students so that we make sure that we meet their needs. We talk about what it is they want to do as a career, and if that career involves certain coursework, then we need to make sure that that occurs. And certainly, we do not believe that this equity statement would be a barrier to any high academic achievement for any student. If a student has the ability to move up to WNC and take a dual credit course, we have those opportunities for those students. And we would continue to make those opportunities available to all who have that condition. So here are some of the key points of the equity statement, and I have brought a copy, and I believe we have copies on the back if individuals want to read along or take a look at what we're considering. And hopefully you don't find offense in any of this language. Very plain, very general, very basic. Carson City School District defines educational equity to mean that the learning needs of every student are supported in an environment where all students are valued, respected, and see themselves in their curriculum and instructional materials while experiencing academic success without regard to societal or socioeconomic status. Specifically, educational equity refers to providing support and opportunities for students to meet their individual needs by providing a rigorous curriculum and differentiation in instruction and assessments. If you've been around schools in any recent period of time, you'll know that the curriculum is far more rigorous than it was 20 years ago. And if you're truthful and if you look at what your students are bringing home versus maybe what you studied, you'll realize that that's a true statement. We also know that we have students that have a variety of different needs. We have students in our schools that may need some additional support. We may have some students that don't hear. We provide extra support for those students. We may have students that have a little trouble with learning. And so there are a variety of differentiated instructional methods that we utilize daily and yearly and have for many years to assist students. And in some cases, there are some changes in assessments. But if you think about that, we couldn't change those assessments to a state to where then the student could not prove mastery so that they do well on the ACTs or the CRTs or some of those other tests that are required. And those tests show mastery that the material is being provided and the students are learning it. So it's really an important connection that we provide within those two things. So going back to a statement that I made earlier, my goal for this evening, and maybe it doesn't happen tonight, but I hope it happens sometime in the near future, that we can discuss and we can understand and come up with a plan that suits everyone to a high degree so that we can go back to work on our strategic plan, because this document is really one of the best things this board has done in my 20 years that I've been here. This allows us to look at very specific topics and make decisions based on what the community has said is important to them, so that we're not headed off in a direction that is not part of what our community wants us to accomplish. So I just reiterated what's in our strategic plan. Goal 1 is exceptional staff. And that's the idea that we recruit, train, and retain highly qualified individuals. Goal 2, curriculum that matters. We've got to make sure that what we teach and provide for our students is relevant. They need to know about cutting-edge materials and conditions in science and in understanding what's happening with current events. All of those things are important for children to understand and to learn and grow about the world around them. Goal 3, engaged parents and families. We all know that a collaborative condition between families and schools really helps to create a positive culture and helps students to feel at home, knowing that they're supported with the work that they're doing at school by their families. Goal number 4, healthy generations of Carson City students. Our kids need help with everything from physical attributes to social and emotional conditions. And we've heard that said many times, just even this summer and this fall. With the pandemic, kids have been estranged from some of their peers, and in some cases, they need a little help. And being able to work again with our families and with our parents, it helps to create a condition where our students are treated well. Goal number 5, a community in full partnership. We've been very fortunate to have business owners who have opened their doors to our students so that we can give them experience to understand the kind of work that's being done in our community and in our region. And we hope to expand this to a greater degree, but right now, you may have heard this as work-based learning as an opportunity for some of our students, but it just adds to the robust nature that we're trying to accomplish for all of our students in terms of providing them with what they need to move on as high-functioning adults. So that's my presentation. Trustees, do you have any questions for me while I occupy this space? And then I know that there'll probably be some other discussion, and so I will move back to my spot, and we can continue the conversation.
Thank you, Superintendent Stokes. Members of the board, any follow-up for Mr. Stokes?
Okay.
Lupe?
I do. I just want to say, Mr. Stokes, thank you for providing us that history. As one of the newest members of this board, I appreciate you talking to us about the impact that All Child Left Behind made in the district. It was almost like a 10% increase from what I saw in student success. So I think that we are all here in this room because we truly care about our children in our district, and we recognize that we have to abide by federal and state regulations, and it is for the best of our future leaders. So I just want to say thank you for educating us. I think it was a very articulate presentation. I do hope to God that we can continue in working as a team, because I think that we are all here because we truly care about the future of our leaders.
Thank you. Anybody else on the board? Seeing none, Richard, I had a question for you on the equity statement, maybe for some clarification. Well, I'm going to ask you to consider the last sentence and maybe striking the assessments portion, but I wanted to get your opinion on that. When it says, providing a rigorous curriculum and differentiation in instruction and assessment, maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that, because I think that, folks may have some questions or concerns about what does that mean?
Thank you, Mr. President. Assessments come in a variety of flavors, as it were. The formative type are the quizzes and maybe the chapter test that you'll have in a classroom that a teacher will give to assess whether or not the student knows the material. And those formative tests generally are added up in some way and help to define what the grade the student has earned over the quarter. Generally, then, there's a summative test of some kind where the student has an opportunity to be tested for their knowledge that expands more than just a chapter or a unit. It might cover the entire semester. This might look a little bit more like what you experienced in college when you were taking a final, or if your class was only a semester long. Other assessments are high-stakes tests. Those are the tests that schools give students which allow them to earn a particular mark, maybe for college entrance. Military students who are looking at the military might take the ASVAB. So there are...
I'm sorry, Richard, can you hold on a second?
Sure.
Folks in the back, can you not hear? Okay, I apologize about that. I know, it sounds like is your microphone on?
It has been. I can hear myself.
Okay.
I don't know if
In the
that works
booth,
in
is
the
there
back.
anything we can do about the volume?
So the assessments that are associated with high stakes, those may determine whether or not a student has a number that's required to get into college or into a certain rank of the military. As far as a formative exam or an assessment that might occur, those happen fairly regularly, especially for our students in special education. Maybe a student gets a little more time on a test. Maybe a student has the test read to them because they don't read fast enough to complete the exam during the time when they're given for the exam. But those are generally specific conditions that are for students that have IEPs or individualized learning plans. Does that help? Is that kind of what you were looking for?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to make sure when we talk about differentiation, there's a reason for it. And I know there's concerns about, for lack of a better term, and I apologize, I'm not trying to paraphrase anybody on purpose, but catering to folks for reasons other than maybe some kind of learning disability or academic assistance they might need. And certainly, on the instructional part, but, on the assessments, I want to make sure our students are all taking the same assessments, being asked the same questions. I understand that in some classes, you take a test and there's an opportunity sometimes to retest for various reasons, and that the questions then may change for obvious reasons. But, I want to make sure everybody's has the same opportunity and taking the same exams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it would be a disservice to our students if we altered the mastery component of the test, because if the student has to show a particular mastery, we do them a disservice if we change that exam to the extent that then when they see that on one of the high-stakes exams, they're not prepared. And so you would also see that by virtue of the increases over time for our graduation outcomes that if we were just changing those tests willy-nilly, those students would not be prepared for the final exams that gets them across the stage.
Okay, thank you. Laurel and then Richard.
Yeah, Joe, I was just going to help explain differentiation in assessments. Those type of accommodations for students with disabilities, that is a fairly common accommodation. It's not easy to obtain on the ACT or the SAT exam. You have to submit medical information and you have to submit a request for that accommodation. But I think that would be also something that would be a good goal of the district, is to make sure that those students that have need of accommodations when they're taking those assessments have the access to them.
Thank you. Richard.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, are any different assessments based on any type of racial consideration?
No. And tests are developed by not only our teachers, but those that are high-stakes exams. You know, there are certain conditions that they have to take into account, especially for students that may speak different languages. For example, there might be a question that maybe the language of the question is written in such a way that it might be understood by someone who lives in the South because some colloquialism is used versus someone in the West. And so I think there has to be, from a testing perspective, a uniformity so that it doesn't negatively impact a student that might have a different background in some way. But as far as the topic and the content, it should match what the standards are that are being taught in the classroom, and those things have to be they have to be congruent in order for the test to have validity.
Thank you.
Stacy.
So, just for my ramifications, why are we not doing a policy and a regulation instead of a statement? Why are we doing a statement, and what difference is there between those?
We have a policy that deals with equal educational opportunities. That's in existence. Equity is a new word for education, even though if you go back to 2015, you start seeing the term used more often. So we're looking at this as a dipping our toe in the water, so to speak. If it rises to the point that the trustees would like to see this instead of a statement that is used to prepare our strategic plan, we can certainly do that. I mean, I think the board has that opportunity, that right, to make a policy about equity, should you desire to do so. So this is kind of our first night to talk about it, where people are having an opportunity to say what's on their mind and to really identify whether or not people agree with what I've said tonight, or if there's a different perspective that we need to consider. So where this is it's an action item on our agenda, I think that we have the ability to manage where we go from here with regard to this statement. If we want to turn it into a policy, if we want to have more conversation about the topic, it can be tabled to another time. So maybe individual work could be done outside of this body and then brought back. It needed to be done. It needed to be brought forward and discussed.
Mike.
So I have 2 points, Mr. Stokes. I think the number one, I'd like to clarify, clean up the language a little bit. It kind of feels like a big run-on sentence, and I have a couple ideas for that. And then I
Okay.
just wanted to speak to the need for differentiation, especially in assessment. And if you look at state tests, there are universal designated supports that are in place for all students. And schools have that availability for principals, parents, teachers to come together and say, this child needs this support. And it's a list of general accommodations that any student might qualify for, and it's a team decision. I think that you also see that with current standards and the direction of education, there's a big push for project-based learning. And with that comes a need for differentiation with assessment strategies. There's some students who might be very, skilled at presenting or doing presentations. There's some that might write reports better. The content is the same, but in our climate, students need to be able to determine how they're going to illustrate their learning. And so to take that out is really going to be to cripple them and hurt their chances to compete with students who are doing similar assignments at schools in this state and other states.
Okay. Any other discussion from the board? Hearing none, this is an action item. Mr. Stokes laid out what some of our options are. I leave it to the board to determine what kind of motion they want to make. Thank you, Richard. Well, if you have more questions,
I would just second Trustee Walker. I think there is some cleanup of the language that in the sentence structure. We could make it a little cleaner before we formally adopt it. I think that would be a good idea to do.
And by doing that, I mean, I'm assuming if we change the language, are we changing it tonight? Are we going to sit on it, review it, and get it back to Mr. Stokes and bring it back in front of the board? What's your pleasure?
I had just a couple general, I was thinking in the first sentence, we're talking about every student and then we're going to singular. So it's kind of like we're bouncing plural, singular. So I was thinking it might just flow better. Carson City School District defines educational equity to mean that the learning needs of all students are supported in an environment where all students are valued, respected, and see themselves in their curriculum and instructional materials. And then I kind of feel like that should be the end of a thought or a period right there. And a second sentence, students will experience academic success without regard to societal or socioeconomic status. Specifically, educational equity refers to providing support and opportunities for students to meet their individual needs by providing a rigorous curriculum and differentiation in instruction and assessment to ensure student success or to ensure student learning. I thought that would kind of clarify what our purpose is, and it would clean it up a little bit, but that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Laurel, you were looking at it.
I know I was reading it, and I like me, I like plural when we match with when we're using plural.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I was saying I like it when we have when we use the same plural versus bounce between. So I like that correction. I think the period at the end of that first sentence is fine. I think everything that Mike suggested works well because it just gives you a little break so you don't have such the run-on sentence. So and I just wrote down at the end, you said a couple things and I just wrote to ensure student learning. So there's that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, it's still an action item. We have to take some kind of action, or whether we make a motion, table it, we have to do something.
So Renee, did you capture what I was saying if I said I move to enact this policy with the corrections noted? Or do you need me to read those again for you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Walker, can you say that one more time? Not the language, you're wanting to know if I captured what you said?
Yes. Do you need me to read it again? Could I? Okay.
I'm okay, I'll be able to go back into the recording and capture the language and the verbiage there.
So I'll
Thank
move
you.
that we adopt the equity statement with the corrections noted.
Okay, a motion by trustee Walker. Do we have a second? Okay, second by trustee Crossman. Any further board discussion on this? Seeing none, we're going to go to, since it's an action item, we'll have public comment on it. One thing I want to make mention is we have public comment coming up after this as well. So if you speak about equity or critical, you have your option. You can speak about equity and critical race theory as part of this agenda item, or you can speak about it during public comment, but you can't do it in both places. Anyway, so with that, do we have any public comment? Yes, ma'am. And while she's coming up, before she gets started, there were some questions about not being able to hear us with masks. We do apologize for that. We are required to wear masks. We're in a public building, and while we don't enforce it, it is required to wear masks in public building, and we ask that everybody do, but again, we as a school district aren't enforcing it, but we have to wear masks.
It's not that. You just need to speak up and actually speak into the mics.
And we can do,
She keeps looking at you and her mic's over here. And then
Yeah.
you can't hear on the speaker. That's the only issue.
so as we communicate, yeah, let's be conscious about where the microphone is. And with that, everybody has up to 3 minutes, so just state your name and please proceed.
Maxine Neitz, citizen, voter, and I'm concerned about this. Why do we even need an equity statement? I heard all this palaver tonight about how we are already taking care of our students, giving them a rigorous education, evaluating, assessing, and meeting the needs of each student individually. What do we need this equity statement for? This equity statement is just the beginning of a slippery slope towards critical race theory teaching. And we don't need it here in Carson City. We already have one of the best school districts in the state. Why are we trying to mess with that? I was going to use another word, but I realize I'm in a public place. Why are we trying to mess with that? There is no need for this equity statement at all. I would encourage you to vote no on this motion. It is not needed, and it is politically charged, and you've heard that for months now. You know that the citizens of this county do not want to hear this equity thing because it is related to critical race theory teaching, and it's a way to get that into the school system, and we don't want it. We want our students to be rigorously trained, to get rigorous learning. That's what we want. I do tutoring, and I'll tell you, students do not know anything now compared to what they knew 20 or 30 years ago at the same age. So we are not doing a rigorous job. Do students know civics? Do they know what a bill is and what Congress is? Do they know how to balance their checkbooks? Do they know anything about those things? Do they know who George Washington was and who Abraham Lincoln was? I'll tell you, I've had students who don't, high school students, and I find that shameful. I think we need to concentrate not on equity and that political thing. We need to concentrate on teaching and having our students learn. I tried today, I called over to the district to find out. I heard you needed math teachers. I'm an engineer by degree and training. And I called up to find out about being a math teacher. And I was told, no, we're more interested in you taking some classes in pedagogy or whatever you want to call that, rather than subject matter, and getting the subject matter rigorously in front of the students. Your emphasis on this equity thing is all wrong, and I urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
Do we have any additional public comment?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joy Trushinsky. I believe in education, not indoctrination. I believe in critical thinking, not groupthink, where there is no debate or opposition, and opposition is silenced. Currently, the views in critical race theory being pushed in our schools is blatantly indoctrination. It is Marxist ideology pushing race warfare in an effort to destroy freedom and divide. Its goal is to bring down our republic and representative government and bring about a communist nation where there is a promise of equity, social justice, diversity, and inclusion. Its target currently is white supremacy and the oppression of minorities. It teaches that white people and this nation are inherently racist. Do you on the school board, who are all white, believe this to be true? The truth is racism exists. Every race on earth has racists. But we can stop the hate and division by giving our children a good education, which they are not getting now. Education, after all, is the great equalizer. We must teach our children respect for others and denounce racism in all its ugly forms, including racism towards white people, which critical race theory promotes. Our children should be taught about our representative government, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and a fair and balanced fact-based history of our great nation. Compare our form of government with communist and socialist governments which deprive their citizens of freedom. You on the school board have an obligation to stop the indoctrination of our children with this critical race theory garbage. The United States was formed on principles of freedom, and for over 200 years, we have strived to allow everyone to pursue the American dream of prosperity and equality. Thank you for your time.
Okay, any additional public comment?
For the record, Betsy Strasberg. I've submitted my questions to the superintendent, so I will only cover a couple of items from my set of questions. The first, I do agree with Maxine, the first speaker, that a statement is not necessary if you are already doing the things to give equal opportunity for all students in your operating procedures. Secondly, the definition of equity that was in the supporting materials earlier, and I received it from the school district, one of the questions that I had was, what is the meaning when it says, where all students are valued and respected and see themselves in the curriculum and instructional materials? I would like to get some clarification on that. Third item is irrespective of whether it's a statement or subsequently develops into a policy, I would urge the school board to implement audit procedures to ensure that the teachers are implementing the statement or policy as intended. Trust, but verify, just like you do with your audited financial statements. Thank you so much.
Next public comment?
Fred Simon. First of all, I'd like to inform you that we're 28th in the world in education. The state's 49th out of 50 in education. 40% of our students who graduate in Nevada need remedial training to just get into a basic job. 1/3 of the Pell Grant students fail and never make it through college. Statistics through UNR. You talk about an equity statement. I think we need an equity statement for teachers. How about the teachers all be at the same level? If you have problems with students, why don't you have remedial classes and bring those students up? All students and all people are not equal. I'll go back to the 60s when I went to high school. 1/3 black, 1/3 Hispanic, 1/3 white. We weren't all the same. We were from different cultures. Guess what? I wasn't in the A classes, I was in the B classes for English and math because I needed remedial training specifically for an entire year. Those teachers had special education for people who weren't so good like me. And guess what? I made it to college. 49th out of 50 in the United States. It's pathetic. And we're sitting here talking about, and what's happening is teachers think that they have the right to espouse their values, their views. Hey, how about teaching English, math, history? We're not interested as a community and as parents learning about teachers' views, political views, whether they make up an LGBT group or anything like that. I think you've lost your way, and so has all education in America. We're not educating our kids. It's obvious. Statistics don't lie. Equity statement for teachers. Thank you.
Next public comment?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Karen Stevens. And I just wanted to bring up the fact that last Wednesday at the Union, I attended a panel that Mr. Stokes was at on CRT. And he was informing the panel and the audience that we did have CRT at Carson City School District, and he showed it was being performed in social studies on a paper that he showed everyone. So I find it interesting that he tells us that in his presentation, this equity is not about CRT. So it sounds like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth to me. So I have trouble believing what he's saying. And then when I'm reading this definition, I agree with Betsy. I'm like, what does see themselves in their curriculum and instructional materials mean? I don't get that statement at all. So I have to agree with the other individuals that have spoken tonight. I don't think we need an equity statement or a policy on equity to divide the people. And I know I'm just talking to the walls here or something because it doesn't seem like you guys even listen to us. I've been here like 10 meetings in a row, and some of you act like you're looking at us and listening to us, but you ignore what we're saying. So it's just really upsetting. And I don't know if you know, but there are at least 20 people outside waiting to talk because we are not happy what's going on in our schools. So that's it for now.
Thank you. Next speaker? Yes, sir.
Hi, Kevin Schwartz for the record. So one suggestion I have is that you define what it is not within your statement. If the differentiation isn't going to be along racial lines or anything like that, there should be a way to put that into the definition, right? I think that would certainly do a lot to allay my concerns of a teacher that, you know, may interpret this in their own way and may not be in a way that you guys intended. So if you could define, if you could put something in there to say, you know, that the differentiation is along special needs or does not include race or ethnicity or something like that. Yeah, I think that would help concerns of a lot of us, actually. So, thank you.
Okay, next speaker. Okay. Seeing none, we'll close public comment on this topic and bring it back to the board. Oh, bring them up here. This topic is just on, this public comment right now is just on this item.
Mr. President, do you want to check if there's any virtual?
Yes.
So there's two public comments?
Well, this isn't this is comment on an action item. We have comment on every action item. But our public comment item by itself is general public comment, and we're still having that. But if we're going to talk about, if someone individually is going to speak about equity or critical race theory on this item 6, then we can't allow you to speak on the same thing on item 7, but you can speak about something else. So I hope that's clear.
I'll speak on item 6 then.
Okay.
But I'll speak on something else as well. So Miles Humphreys for the record. I have a bone to pick with Mr. Stokes. Basically, everything that he said up here was basically like a cat chasing his tail, trying to say what it is and what it isn't. One of the things you said is it looks like a lot of different things. No, we're not going to do hypotheticals. We're not going to place opinions on what it is. We're going to either show exactly what it is and define it exactly what it is, or we're going to garbage and scrap it. But as far as like that, exactly what you said looks like a lot of different things, that's garbage. And the community and the citizens here aren't going to put up with it because we know exactly what it is. And time again, you guys have danced around the word equity and not really defined it as a whole. And we're getting fed up. The community's fed up. And we're not going to stand for it any longer. So when you say things like, looks like a lot of different things, you better be very clear in how you say exactly what it is. Because you spent a whole lot of time just saying da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, and you never really clearly defined exactly what it is. Because we all really know exactly what it is. Because it's not just Carson City that is going through this as a whole. It is the whole nation. And this is a CYA, cover your rear end, political agenda for no other reason than to do what you're told. And so you're dancing around exactly what has to be said for one specific reason, to try to achieve what needs to be achieved per your agenda given to you by whatever, through funding, through a higher power, or through the governor, or whatever it is. But the citizens here have had enough of it, and we're not going to stand for it any longer. So you need to be clear, and you need to not throw in any hypotheticals, opinions, or anything related to thereof, because the citizens have had enough. And nor should this board put anything forward when it's clearly the citizens have stood and they've said exactly what needs to happen. It doesn't need to happen in our community and for our children. So I could go on, but I'm a little heated and I'm going to leave it at that. So do the right thing, and each and every one of you know exactly what's going on. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other speakers in public? In-person speakers on this topic? Yes, please.
I am Heather Coe again. Here I am. I went to Wednesday's meeting, and it was made up of a lot of you, Mr. Stokes in the middle of people from the NAACP, and a woman named Tiffany Young. And I would like to know if any of you bother to take the time to even educate yourselves on what she speaks about. Did you watch her videos? Any of you? I would like to know. I know some of you did. I know a lot of you didn't. And you, Mr. Stokes, said that you weren't aware of what all of it really was. So then why would you sit in between them and allow them to do what they did? Calling, and this is a quote, our history that we are teaching misinformation. What does that mean? We're going to rewrite history? You already took cursive out so that most kids can't even read half the history stuff and documents that we have. This is ridiculous. You're dumbing down our children. And I will encourage every person and every parent out there to just take their kids out of school if this is what you're going to pass. And I'll tell you why. Here is a statement for those of you who didn't look into Tiffany Young, okay? It says, while you may not be responsible for any kind of pain or hurt someone else has experienced, you may resemble it. So do all of our children resemble someone evil? That's exactly what that's saying. Okay, this is the most divisive thing. Everyone knows equity is critical race theory. But if any of you have bothered to even read anything about it, you would understand why parents are terrified that you're going to destroy our children and divide them, put them into boxes. This is awful what you're doing. You need to please read it. Just read. Look into Tiffany Young. Look into Ibram Kendi, who has written several books on critical race theory, who also says it's the same thing as equity. So you should really try to read as much as you can and learn so that you'll understand why parents are terrified of this. And he has a statement too, a quote, the only way to make up for past racism is future racism. Isn't that nice? So do unto others as others have done unto you, and we'll just keep creating this horrific racist divide. That's what this is. And I am begging you to please at least just read up on this. Know what they're really talking about.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Do we have anybody who wishes to speak on this topic? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close this to in-person comment and see if there's anybody online who wants to speak on this agenda item.
Nothing regarding this topic, Mr. Cassioppo.
Thank you. Okay, we'll bring this back to the board. Stacy?
So our policy is 501, and it says the Board of Trustees shall provide equal educational opportunity for all students, free from limitations based upon ethnic or racial background, national origin, color, age, religious beliefs, sex, handicap, or social and economic conditions. So I don't understand why, if this is a policy, why we're having a statement. I'm a little confused. We've had resolutions, we've had policies, we've had regulations, but we've never had a statement. So
Trustee Wilkie, I think we've had a lot of people in the public asking for a statement since last spring. And I think that's I think what prompted this, honestly.
And I think what we're having is there are two different, more than two, different definitions described to equity and educational equity. And so I think that we are talking past each other because we've said we do want kids to have equal opportunities. We also want them to have equitable resources and equitable opportunities in our school setting. And I understand that a lot of people here associate any use of the word equity with being synonymous with critical race theory. And despite I think this is an attempt to explain that we don't mean critical race theory when we say that. What we really do mean is giving kids the resources and the opportunities that they need to be successful in school. And And I don't know how we can come to any sort of understanding when I'm understanding what is being said here, but I don't think what we're trying to express is being understood. It's hard for me to limit the use of the word equity to only critical race theory, because it's used in so many ways in education. When we talk about budgeting, we talk about vertical and horizontal equity. We talk about equity in grading. That doesn't have anything to do with critical race theory. It means the same class taught by two different teachers shouldn't have vastly different grading scales. So I don't know how we can come to any kind of understanding when what I think this is an attempt to do that, to say this is what we mean. I don't think we could possibly give every single example of equity in the schools and what it looks like, because our kids are so vastly different. For my son, who is visually impaired, it meant large print copies of some assignments in large print text. For other kids, it's going to mean something different, depending on what the needs of that individual student are. So I don't know. I think this is difficult because we're trying to explain how we view it in education, and it's still it's not being understood. It appears. So I don't know how do we have a conversation about this.
To clarify, so, I mean, I guess the question that Stacy asked, I'm curious about is, why
Mike,
is this on the agenda now?
Just speaking in the microphone, Mike, I'm having trouble hearing you over here.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, I think the question Stacy asked, which I'm curious to hear, is, why is this on the agenda now? Was this a request from someone? Is this because the community is requesting this? I mean, I think I'm with Stacy. We have policies in place, so what is the purpose of this statement and where are we putting it is I think would be clarifying information.
Yeah, I had the same question when we met yesterday, meaning Richard Stokes and I. We were talking about this, and I was wondering, I did not at that time read that policy, Stacy, so I should have, and I apologize. But my concern, I have a few concerns, but one of my concerns would be if we have a policy in place and then we have a statement that lends to one contradicting the other, potentially, and we want to be really careful about this. This is a very politically charged concern, and rightly so, a concern. And we want to make sure if we're going to do something, we get it right as you can get it. It's never going to be perfect. No one's ever going to be completely happy. You know, where one person likes it, one person isn't going to like it. But I think from our end, whatever we decide to do, we have to get it right. And I think if we have a policy in place already, I would lean towards what Stacy is saying. Why are we doing a statement as well?
Mr. President, I'd be happy to respond to Trustee Walker's
Please.
question.
And then Mr.
Sure.
Varner, then you.
Sure. Well, I am looking at the refreshing of our strategic plan and knowing that we've had questions about what we believe or what we believe equity to be. I thought it would be great for us to try to reach some sort of consensus so that we could move into that refreshing of the strategic plan without uncertainty. I want to be able to, or uncertainty about what the word equity means. I wanted to try to not have the questions about, it was said here that I said one thing the other night and then said something different tonight. Well, I'm sorry if you must have understood that, Ms. Stevens, but I said clearly that we used the academic standards that Nevada has, and the concept of critical race theory is not in that. I said that clearly, and I had a copy, and I'd be happy to provide a copy of that for you so that you could check yourself. But as far as doing this tonight, I was hoping that we could have the conversation, and if we don't need it, that's certainly up to the board to say lay off, and we'll just leave it where it is, and we'll hope that we hit the mark when it comes time to do our strategic plan.
We've closed public comment on this already. Thank you. Richard, you had something.
Yes, I do. I kind of agree with Mike and Stacy, and I think that this should be tabled now and rethought.
I think there's some things to consider. I think while I'm a big fan in most cases of less is more. You start talking too much, you start writing too much, you try to explain what you're trying to do, and the more you put down on paper, the more you say, the more chance for interpretation, whether correct or incorrect, you're going to get. But at the same time, one of the speakers tonight, said he'd like to hear, what it isn't maybe into the statement. And I don't know that we would do that because we'll never hit all those topics. But again, I go back to the policy. And if we have a policy in place, I think maybe we should revisit it and decide if we have a policy, we either leave it alone, we like it, we update it, and we really strongly consider whether or not we need a policy and a statement.
I think one thing that we need to make really clear is we are overseeing the public education of this community. And the students of this community come from all different walks of life, all different races, boys, girls, students with special needs. And regardless of how they are coming to us, we welcome them in our schools every single day with a smile. We treat them professionally. We give them whatever services they need to progress. And so it's to say that we are supporting all students, I have no qualms about that. That is what we are legally required to do. That is what we are ethically responsible to do. And I don't think that it takes away from anybody to say we support everybody. And I just want to be very clear. Somebody had said that every member of this board is white, which is not true. Every single student in this community is welcome in our schools, and we are going to do everything we can do to support them. And whether that means we have an equity statement or we don't, doesn't matter to me because I know what happens in the schools in Carson City. I know how kids are treated. And for some people at home, I could see where they might start to worry about that. And so I think that as trustees, we need to stand firm. We support all students. And that's our job.
But we are saying that all students in the policy, 501. It's not necessarily what this definition is. I think that, for lack of a better word, the squeaky wheels here are starting to put stuff on our agenda, which I don't think is proper. I think we're losing focus of what we're supposed to be doing as a board. We have a policy. Don't want a statement. If we want to change the policy and include some of this language in there, then I would like to look at that. I think the policy is just fine the way it is. And like you said, President Casiopo, I'm afraid we get so deep in the weeds here that when we get to the strategic plan, and I appreciate all the work you put into this, Mr. Stokes, don't get me wrong. And I think that it was something that you needed to do to define our equity. I just don't think as a board statement that this is the proper way to do it. If this board feels as strongly about having this verbiage instead of keeping what we simply have that covers all of this anyway, then let's revisit the policy. If not, then you guys can vote on the statement. And so my reasoning is going to be, I'm going to vote no on this motion because of the differences that I've just said. So it's not going against the board. It's just my opinion on the way we've done this.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, we need to have dialogue. We need to have discussions. We're going to have agreements and disagreements when we do it. I appreciate that, we've heard some comments tonight, and it does get heated sometimes. I don't think this has risen to the level of being heated, but I want to hear from everybody in the audience. I'm not always going to agree with everybody. And sorry, it's the way it goes. You're not going to always agree with me, and I accept that too. And sometimes you might think we disagree when in fact we may not. But that said, we have to get through this and as a board do it right. And we do have to educate and represent all students. That's a fair statement. I mean, if we're not doing that, then we should be removed.
And
Mike?
and one other thing I wanted to add, as a trustee, I think probably if we look at the membership, I've probably disagreed with Mr. Stokes more than anybody up here. And we've been able to have face-to-face conversations and talk about our differences of opinion, and then we come to an understanding and we move forward professionally. But I'm saying that because I do know Mr. Stokes is a man of integrity. He is honest. He has the best intentions for this school district, and I think he's getting some unfair abuse in these public comments. And as a point of order, when public comment is happening, they are addressing the board, not our employee. And so I think that we need to stop that. That's abuse of our employees, and we can't allow that. If there's a discussion about something, you talk about it with the school board. So, and I just want to thank Mr. Stokes for his work. I know that he's doing the best he can do. So
No,
thank
fair
you,
enough.
Mr. Stokes.
And just another comment, because I know the public is very
And just to make
Oh,
it clear,
sorry.
let's make sure we stay
on the,
on topic.
on equity. Well, and I know the concern with the word equity is that it's critical race theory. And we've been told a lot, Mr. Stokes has read a statement that we're not teaching critical race theory. It is not being assessed in our schools. It is not part of the curriculum because it has not been approved by the Nevada Department of Education and the Nevada Academic Content Standards, which is what we teach because we're required by law to do so. All curriculum that we teach must be approved not only by a committee of teachers and community members and everyone, but then approved by us and then submitted to the Department of Education for approval of that curriculum. If you have concerns that there is critical race theory happening, or you're concerned that it is, the Department of Education is the avenue that oversees all curriculum and oversees the Nevada Academic Content Standards. We work within them. If someone has a definition of something, it is tough because I feel like in some ways critical race theory, it depends on whose viewpoint. There are different views of it. I have researched it in my spare time, and you have some views on this side and you have some views on this side, and I don't, both views aren't going to agree on a lot of things, but it is not part of the curriculum in the education system in Nevada. So I think that's part of what Mr. Stokes is also attempting to do is to.
We need to, I hear grumbling in the audience, and I get that, that's human nature, but, I hear growling, I hear wrong, I hear this and that. You had your chance to speak. Now it's our turn.
My point with that is, there is another venue.
No, thank you. That's fair. So back to the motion at hand. Stacy, I don't know if you have any, I know where you're going on. I don't know if you wanted to try to make one or.
As far as I know, we have a motion on the table that needs to be voted on before
Okay, so we'll
we have
call.
anything else going on.
Mr. President,
Yes,
for what
sir.
it's worth, there's a motion and a second on the table, and you can call for the vote. You can also check if anybody wants to withdraw their motion.
Okay.
Either way is an acceptable way to proceed.
All right, thank you. So before I call for a vote, I'll see if we want the motion to stand or if it wants to be withdrawn.
So I concur with the discussion we've had, and I think we have a policy in place. We have practices in place that ensure that we are doing this, and so I'm happy to withdraw the motion.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And Mr. President, just for clarification, the item is listed for possible action.
Right.
So you don't have to do anything on this.
Okay, no, that's fair. Okay, so I think we'll end it here then. We're not going to take action on it. If we decide to revisit this, it will be agendized, it will be available for everybody to review, but at this time, we're not taking action.
Could we provide Mr. Stokes with direction of, in the strategic plan, just to use the verbiage from policy, was it 501, Stacy?
Yeah, is that clear,
Might be
Mr.
beyond
Stokes?
our agenda item, the scope of our agenda item, if we provide direction, Mr. Russell.
Well, so again, it's possible action. You can take action with conditions. So it could be a motion to deny this statement. It could be a motion to continue this item with direction to the superintendent to be consistent with the policy when the strategic plan is reviewed. I would suggest if you're going to give the superintendent direction as a group, that you do so by motion. And so you can do so by tying it to whether or not you're going to approve this equity statement, yes or no, on condition with certain direction to the superintendent.
See how easy this is?
I think that's something we could probably do in the future. I don't think we need to add direction at this time. We have a PLC meeting next week that there might be more of the direction comes out of that.
Okay.
That's my feeling.
Yeah, I think we just let it lie. We're done. Okay, going to move on to item 7, public comment. I think everybody here knows the rules of public comment. Everybody's going to have 3 minutes. We are not going to be giving people 3 minutes. You only get 3 minutes. And if somebody wants to speak, everybody's welcome to speak, but everybody gets 3 minutes. No. And we just ask that you don't just repeat the opinions of others. And again, we're not always going to agree on what other people are saying, but let's give everybody the 3 minutes. And whether we agree or disagree with them, let them speak. With that, we'll start with the list. And then if you have not filled out a sheet of paper, that's okay. But I'll go through the list first. So we'll start with, and I apologize if I mispronounce any names, Aileen Easley.
Yes. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Eileen Easley. I am here representing my family, my friends and their family and their children. I am a resident of Virginia City, 40 plus, a little over 40 years now. I volunteer my time with the Boy Scouts of America, and I hold a couple leadership positions. I volunteer at the school district up there, along with the community itself. And mine is just in regards to the vaccination, the forceful vaccinations that are coming up. And I'm just speaking from my heart that that is completely wrong. It is against, actually, the Boy Scouts of America youth protection policy, along with our citizen right, our Constitution, everything. It's wrong. So thank you. And we just want to say what our body, our right. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Barb Mathers. I have Barb Mathers and Jennifer Stagliano.
Yeah, so I can't take her time.
No.
Yeah, awesome. You guys are great.
I know, thank you.
Okay. So we already talked about this a little bit, but I wanted to share it anyway, just so you can see what my point is. This is the image that was used at the May 4th strategic plan meeting, talking about equity and equality. The reason I'm showing this is because this is a perfect example of what you guys are doing in the school district. This meeting is exactly what this is. The kids are outside of the baseball game. We've already talked about tonight, we're 49th in the nation. The problems you guys need to be addressing is that our school education system stinks. We're literally the worst in the nation. We've been in the bottom basically since the strategic plan has been in place. We want our kids in the baseball game. We want our kids getting an education. We want them learning about history and math and science. The example you used in the plan about stuff that matters or whatever the phrase was, we don't want that. We want math, education, science, history, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. We want our kids to be learning the basics of education. The lower the standards that you set, the lower the potential the students reach. The statement from the gentleman who talked about the statistics, our kids are graduating not even knowing how to do the multiplication tables. They can't read, They can't keep a job. They're not capable of being adults. The graduation numbers that you shared, that may be the case that more people are graduating, but that's because the standards are low. They can't even pass the proficiency test. They're graduating because one of my friend's sons graduated and he missed a ton of school, but he was able to pick which summer classes he wanted to take, and then he was able to graduate. So he didn't even finish all the classes he needed to take, but he graduated to get him across that, to get those statistics. That's baloney. And also, like this picture suggests, you're not giving our kids the education that they deserve. They're not in the baseball game. You're passing the buck with the responsibility to stand against Sisolak and do what we, the people, elected you to do. This is what a unified front looks like. Standing together for the same cause, we, the people, don't want our children to be forced to wear masks. We don't want forced vaccines. We don't want the governor or the school board or the county commissioners to have control over the health of our children. We, the parents, we, the grandparents, we, the community members, want to have control over the health of our children. My body, my choice is not just the theme for the left agenda of supporting abortion. It's also true for those of us who don't want to be forced to wear masks or get the COVID shot or at the threat of losing our jobs or pensions or retirements, etc. When you each stood for the Pledge of Allegiance, you promised justice and liberty for all. That's what we want for our kids, the freedom of choice to not wear a mask, to not get a shot, to not share medical history or be forced to get a vaccine passport or do weekly testing for just the unvaccinated. The vaccinated don't have to get their tests. I'm going to keep talking. I get 3 more
You're
minutes.
done.
We, the people,
next
don't
we
want
have
to be
Jennifer
50th in the nation.
Stagliano.
We want our
Barb, I
kids.
can have you
Mr.
removed from the
President.
room.
Awesome. Remove me then.
I recommend you take a recess until this can be brought into
Don't do
order.
a recess. I'll walk away. You guys have
Next,
got
we
to
have
listen to
Jennifer
us.
Stagliano.
Thank you.
And folks, I know you like to applaud for each other, and it's really not appropriate. I know you're not going to stop, but it just eats up time.
Kind of like an hour-and-a-half meeting before the meeting started.
Okay.
My
next-
name's Chuck
Mr.
Carroll. I'm
President,
here
hold on,
for-
Chuck, I'm going through the list.
Yeah, I'm here for Jennifer
Before you continue,
Stagliano. It's
Mr.
my
President.
time now.
Well,
I'm here for Jennifer
well,
Stagliano. We
thank
brought
you.
our family down.
President.
Be careful, please.
Yeah, you too.
Yep.
My name's Chuck Carroll. I'm
Excuse
a
me.
parent.
I'm getting tired of this.
So, Mr. President,
Yeah.
you absolutely have the ability to limit public comment to prevent anything that's irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounting to personal attacks. You also have the ability, as you said, to have anybody that's preventing the continuation of the meeting from going on in an orderly fashion removed. And so I would just encourage you to inform the public that decorum and appropriate public comment is demanded.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was clear. So, and I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, but if you're
My name is
speaking on
Chuck
behalf of
Carroll. I'm here for
then-
Jennifer. Yeah, we're a couple, so I'm speaking with.
No, that's perfect. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
so I just want to let you guys know I'm a parent, and it's also almost 9 o'clock, so I got to get back to my kids. But one thing that I want you guys to understand, if you guys haven't seen a show already called Undercover Boss, I suggest that this entire board take action on that. You guys may be at the board level talking about protecting employees and whatnot, but you also forget where you guys come from. You guys need to act like a parent and dress up and do whatever you need to do like the Undercover Boss and actually attend these classes. We have a child who's on an IEP. We've spoke numerous times to Mr. Stokes about this and have had numerous issues where they almost kicked him out of school because you guys speak of equality. He was going to lose his education to where we had to now figure out another way, whether it's a Connections Academy, tutor, or whatnot. You guys are not fulfilling your guys' public obligation to make sure my kid is getting an education. Let alone, I have a junior in high school. Her and her friends in the freshman year thought China was the largest state in America, down by Florida, a freshman in high school. I've had to take my time after work to make sure everything that you guys as your educators and schools undo everything, whether it's through Khan Academy or anything else through any other educated family members in my household. So what you guys need to do is go and do an undercover boss situation or somebody of your guys' trustees, of your friends or family members, and go and sit in these classrooms and understand what these teachers are actually teaching these kids, because they're not. Our grandparent, who is a deputy administrator of welfare, was appalled at your guys' teachers when they sat with my son who's on an IEP at how they were treating the class and the lack of discipline, let alone the chaos that was happening, and no curriculum was taught. My son's actually learning more now on online training, which makes me come to the conclusion of what do we need the teachers or you guys as a school board when we can just put this all online? I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Nick, is it Meyer? Mayer? M-A-I-E-R? Okay, Nick's not here. Michelle Long? Okay, thank you. Casey Rogers? Do we have Casey Rogers here? That's me. I'm coming. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Casey Rogers for the record. The scam. It's been going on for decades. Nefarious, intricate ideology manipulating the education system. We have entrusted our children to what is a corrupt system, grossly exposed by the COVID-19 fraud. You have been provided verified scientific evidence and data. You have provided nothing in support of your actions. Ideology, not education. The United States, 28th in the world in education. Nevada, 49th out of 50. In industry and small business in any arena, that is failure. The shell game. Corruption of money. A school union that intimidates politicians, leaders, administrations, school boards, and some teachers. Huge sums of money to manipulate education. The money doesn't follow the children. Administrators in the shell game, superintendents being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, vacation pay, health care benefits, automobile subsidy. Some get lifetime benefits. Teachers, $63,000 to $110,000 with salary benefits for 9 months of work. And raises in a failed system. Can't wait to see the published salaries and benefits for 2020 for failed performance. Citizens' tax dollars, huge sums to education. 24% of the budget of the state of Nevada, noted from the Gwynn Center analysis, a budget for an agenda of ideology. Education performance, 49th out of 50 nationally, and a country 28th in the world. A congratulatory failure you give yourselves. The fix. Constant complaints about Clark County corruption. Board members and citizens with character of any affiliation do not compromise their ethics and morals, especially in the welfare of children. Shame on this system. The fix. We know your vote on these issues are predetermined. The scientific data is ignored. The corruption and the money is embraced. You are all on notice. We understand the scam, the shell game, and the fix. Thank you.
Okay, we have Fred Simon.
Hi, I'm Dr. Fred Simon, a medical doctor, intensive care unit doctor, COVID doctor, worked in a COVID ICU, worked on a research paper, immunologic bacterial toxins, immunologic non-organism pancreatitis, Dr. Fauci and Dr. Barrett created a bioweapon in 2000, patented in 2002. It's fact. I'm here to try and educate you and help you. I'm not your adversary, but you need to understand what's going on. This was done in 2002 and patented. Then their little buddy, a very evil guy by the name of Peter Daszak from Eco Alliance. Let me read you. Please listen. We need to increase public understanding of the need for medical countermeasures such as a pan-coronavirus vaccine. 2016. A key driver is the media, and the economics will follow the hype. 2016. We need to use that hype to our advantage to get to the real issues. Investors will respond if they see the profit at the end of the process. Intentional bioweaponization of a spike protein to inject into people to get them addicted to a pan-coronavirus vaccine. It's public record, folks. I keep coming here trying to educate you. These masks don't work. You've gotten 10 studies, and you keep getting propagandized. Please do your homework. We do. You have an attorney, you have a governor who's corrupt, you have a whole system, and none of them have a medical degree and have a Nevada license. And they're telling you, go ahead and do what you're supposed to do. Nevada revised status 630.400. Requiring someone to wear a mask is a medical intervention. Unless you are a licensed medical professional, you have no authority to recommend such a practice. Further, a surgical mask is designated by the FDA as a medical device. Let me tell you, I'm a medical legal expert. He may be, but I'm leaving tomorrow for my 50th trial, 1,000 cases. I've won 96% of my cases. You have no legal authority, responsibility, or liability to require that of either your customers or employees or students. No emergency order supersedes established law. Any health order related to mask wearing is unlawful, unenforceable by law. Practicing medicine without a license, which Sisolak has done, withholding hydroxychloroquine, and I'm an expert, please trust me, is a felony in Nevada.
3 minutes.
A felony
Thank
in
you.
Nevada. So think,
Thank you, Dr. Simons.
if you think they're going to protect you, think about
Next, we
criminal
have
and
Greg
civil
McMenemy.
action.
So I'm going to offer a dissenting view. My name is Greg McMenemy. I've lived here for 35 years. Can you hear me now? Great. My name's Greg McMenemy. I've lived here for 35 years. I have 2 children, one that graduated recently from Carson High and one that is currently in Carson High. I believe in masks and I believe in vaccines. I think we are slowing the spread of COVID by wearing masks, and I believe vaccines are helping. I don't think it's too much of a disservice to ask children to wear masks in school. There are many worse things than wearing a mask in school. There are intensive care units and ventilators and a lot of other horrible outcomes. Vaccines have been proven to work for over 100 years, and our society would be much different if we did not have vaccines. Masks help block the spread of coronavirus, and vaccines help keep people alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Morrissey.
going to stand.
Yeah, sorry, please stop that. Mr. Morrissey?
Hello, my name is Michael Morrissey. I'm president of Battleborn Patriots, Taking Nevada Back. I'd like to refer to it as BBP from this on. BBP is a watchdog type organization watching out for the fellow Nevadans, watching every elected public official in every county in the state of Nevada. Recently, our secretary and fellow volunteer and fellow patriot found a discrepancy in the Washoe County School Board in that that school board member had moved from her school board elected district over 2 years ago. He announced this on Monica J's show just the other day. Then Bruce also announced it at the Washoe County School District meeting the following day, bringing to the point the member moving out of their elected district is grounds for demanding her immediate resignation. She submitted her letter of resignation yesterday, thus providing once again that we the people do indeed hold the power. Again, it's time for you, the elected people, by the people, start listening to we the people, because no president can make a law. No governor can make a law. No health organization can make a law. And no mandate is a law. We the people say that you were elected to listen to all of the public and act favorably to those that elected you to the office, not the other elected or otherwise self-appointed fraudulent elected officials. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Betsy Strasburg.
Betsy Strasburg. On September the 2nd, the mask mandate was initiated to minimize the loss of learning and operating efficiencies as a result of the CDC guidelines on contact tracing. The last week, the positivity rate was 10.4 from a high of 18.8 during the week of August 15th. Note that there is a lag in reporting these numbers by 1 week. This rapid decline was expected since the same Delta variant was similarly experienced in UK in June. We're about a month behind them. So my question to the school board and to the district is, what has been happening since September 2nd? Has there been any discussions about what the board will do at the end of this experiment, at the end of this month, September? We are not expecting, and I'm sure you'll agree, that the CDC contact tracing guidelines will change in this 30 days. So what other changes are you expecting during this month to decide what will happen at the end of this month? I yield the remaining time of my 3 minutes to get some feedback from the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so everybody's clear, while during public comment, while members of the board can engage in comment, it's not required and we can't take any action. That being said, if anybody has any comments or responses, please. If not, we'll move on to the next speaker unless I don't hear anything and Betsy wants to use the remainder of her time. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to Richard Nagel.
Good evening. My name is Richard Nagel. I just want to thank the school board members who took the time to attend the CRT panel discussion on September 8th, organized by Mike Smith. Like Betsy, I would like you to share your key takeaways from the critical race theory discussion. I'll give you guys the remainder of my 3 minutes for that, because I just thought it was pretty interesting. Thank you much.
Thank you. And for the record, I wasn't at the meeting. I apologize. I was recovering from dental surgery. Again, same opportunity for the board.
Just as a point of order, we do not usually respond to matters brought up in public comment because they're not agenda-sized. And other people may want to comment on those items that come up. That's part of us making sure that the decisions that we make, anyone who might be interested in it, we don't respond in public comment because that would lead to deliberation, which we're prohibited by the open meeting law from deliberating on anything that is not agenda-sized.
And if anybody at the board does wish for follow-up comment, and I know you asked for some, and as did Betsy, it is in public record, and I can get with the superintendent and his staff and respond that way. Excuse me. Okay, next, this one says, Dr. Frank Schellenberger donating 3 minutes of time to Maxine Bradshaw, but given that we're not donating time, if you'd like to use your 3 minutes.
How much time do I get?
3 minutes.
Okay. I'm Frank Schallenberger. This is going to be pretty fast. I'm a past instructor of clinical medicine at UC Davis School of Medicine. I'm president of the American Medical Academy. I'm past member of the Nevada State Homeopathic Medical Board. I've written 2 books on oxidative therapies for viral infections and 3 peer-reviewed papers on immune system modulation and viral therapy, 2 books on mitochondrial function and aging. I published extensively on the mask topic, and I can tell you that the guy just talked about how valuable masks are has no idea what he is talking about. First of all, this is not a vaccine. It's a drug. It is not a vaccine. Understand that. If you guys don't understand that, you need to look it up. There's nothing in this thing that resembles a vaccine. Anyhow, you guys have heard, like everybody else has had, unless you've done the research like I've done for the past 2 years studying the data, it's overwhelming. I'm going to present you a few things, but I have like about 24 studies. Glad to meet with anybody if you want to hear them all. I'm going to give you just a couple of their meta-studies, which are studies of studies. Masks in no way can work. The viral size of COVID, of SARS-CoV-2, is 0.125 microns. The smallest a mask will filter out is 0.2 microns. It's below that. Do the math. It can't possibly work. That was published, by the way, in a peer-reviewed journal called the Annals of Occupational Hygiene. A couple other things I want to mention. Here's a trial called Physical Interventions to Interrupt or Reduce the Spread of Respiratory Viruses, published in 220 at the Medical Archives, a publication at Yale and the British Medical Journal. Quote, we included 15 randomized trials investigating the effect of masks in healthcare workers and the general population. Compared to no masks, there was no reduction of influenza-like illness cases or influenza from masks in the general population, nor in healthcare workers. There was no difference between surgical masks and N95 respirators. End quote. Understand, compared to no masks, nothing happened. They didn't work. Here's another one published in the 2012 edition of Influenza and Other Respiratory Viruses. The researchers analyzed 17 studies, analyzed between 2009 and 2011. Quote, none of the studies established a conclusive relationship between mask respirator use and protection against influenza infection. Lastly, I'm just going to point out the mighty New England Journal of Medicine. And folks, I could go on, as you can imagine, but I don't have that time. Quote, New England Journal of Medicine, published in 2020. Quote, we know that wearing a mask outside healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from infection. In many cases, the desire for widespread masking is a reflective reaction to anxiety over the pandemic. So if you guys want to establish masks for all our kids, understand what you're treating, anxiety. You're not treating anything else. It doesn't stop anything.
Thank you.
There's a 1 in a million
Dr.
chance that a
Schallenberger.
child will die from SARS-CoV-2.
Maxine.
1 in a million chance. Thank you very much, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Maxine Bradshaw, and I just want to say that the way this was handled this evening was very bad. Dr. Frank Schallenberger, I've been to many meetings here. We have always been allowed to have one person donate time, 3 minutes. We were told that we were only allowed one person, but that we were always allowed one person. Tonight, for the first time, the announcement was made. That has not been the case. You talk to the people in this audience. We have had people coming in here regularly at every meeting that have been allowed to donate one person's time, and you have said it yourself, Mr. Cascipio. You said it yourself. So for tonight, you changed it. This doctor here, highly regarded, highly respected, had a 5-minute spiel that he cut down because you denied our agenda for him to be listed. August 26th, the request was sent in. I received no word until Thursday when I got a call from Superintendent Stokes. And I was told that this was not, that you did not feel between your conversation with him that this was not of any benefit. This was not a beneficial thing to discuss. He has all of this medical information that is going to save children's lives, and you did not think it was of benefit. That's shameful. That is absolutely shameful. You tell us to come in here and be respectful. You are killing children with the decisions you are making. You are killing our children. And don't tell me that you don't have any choice. You do. Because no one, there isn't one single law book, ask your attorney, there's not one single law book out there that tells you to break the law. No one can make you do that. And that is exactly what everyone on this board is doing. You know, what are you going to do when you understand the word eternity and where you're going to spend it when God passes judgment on you? Because that's coming. Thank you.
Thanks, Maxine. Joy Trzynski. Is Joy here? Oh, there, I'm sorry.
Joy Trushinsky. Hello again. We have a birthright given to us by God, and that birthright is based on liberty. Our founding fathers expressed this truth in our Declaration of Independence by stating that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. The United States Constitution outlines the powers of the government and that the supreme power is held by the people. The United States Constitution is the law of the land. But the general misconception is that any statute passed by legislatures, including Congress, constitutes the law of the land. This is not true. The U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and any statute, law, mandate that violates the Constitution is not valid. The Supreme Court in 1803 upheld this truth in Marbury versus Madison by stating all laws which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. This includes mandates from governors and presidents. We, the people, have the right to say no to masks. We have a right to say no to the COVID-19, in quotes, vaccines. which are experimental, untested, and could and do cause bodily harm and death in some people who take the vaccines. I say to all parents, say no to masks and vaccines because your children are basically immune to COVID-19, and you have the right to say no. And none of these people up here, not the governor and not the president of the United States, can make you wear a mask and make you get a vaccine or vaccinate your kids without consent, because you have the right. You are the parents. You parents have the right, and we should follow our conscience. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Miles Humphreys.
All right, Miles Humphreys for the record again, touching on mask. So Miles Humphreys for the record again, touching on mask. We did a good thing when we let everybody, and especially the parents, decide whether the kids want to have masks or not. It was successful. It worked. And there wasn't disruptions. But there was an article in the Carson org that said otherwise, per Mr. Stokes. And this board owes the community an explanation of why they put the kids back in masks, because it was, per the statements of Mr. Stokes, a feel-good response to where it might help the kids in the classrooms to where he didn't even really solidify exactly the definition of why, but it needed to happen. But there's zero science behind the mask and why you guys enforce it, in which you guys have no reason whatsoever to deny each and every child in this community to breathe freely. You've heard the science time and time again since this whole thing, since let's just do it for 2 weeks because that'll curve the COVID, but it's been going on and on and on. And when is it going to quit? It's not going to quit. But we've heard the science of how it's affecting kids mentally, physically, emotionally, and with all the germs that collect on the mask. How many kids wash their mask or get a new mask every day? I guarantee it's less than 10%. And therefore, it's going to cause more health issues in the schools. And it's not up to the school board to try to increase the health issues by saying that they know better than anybody and that they're trying to protect somebody, and it's a feel-good response. So I think you guys need to provide this community and do your part as a whole and provide some science, because you've heard plenty of it. But the whole feel-good response and your opinions and this is what we want to do, and for whatever reason, we are going to listen to the teachers' unions and whatnot, and this is what they think. No, you better provide some science, and you better provide a logical and reasonable answer of why this community can't have their kids breathing freely in the classrooms and actually be healthier, because the states that don't have masks, they're healthier. The science is out there. You could do your homework. And the countries that don't...
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, the countries that don't enforce it are way more healthy as well. So do your homework, please. Thank you.
Okay, that's the list I had. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Can I go to that mic or?
I think so.
My
Is it on?
back is up, like to stand, if it's on. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you all. I appreciate, it's been an animated meeting. My name is Stephen Yenshin for the record. I am certified in pandemic and COVID-19 preparedness through the Global Biorisk Advisory Council. I've worked with pathogens for 38 years. A lot of interesting things have been said by experts, doctors, and others. Regarding masks, it's kind of interesting. My wife's high risk, so this is a big concern for me. I've done a lot of research in the last year and a half since this came out. The problem is there's a lot of contradictory information in the media and all the way around, and it's hard to sort through that. There is excellent science, but maybe not where you'd expect it. For instance, the American Academy of Pediatrics says until a child is fully vaccinated against COVID-19, they should continue to wear a face mask and keep safe physical distance indoors around people they don't live with or who may have the virus. And they say face masks can be safely worn by all children 2 years of age and older, including most children with special health conditions with rare exceptions. But is that true? Let me read this statement. For persons without symptoms, wearing a mask of any type is not recommended. Wearing medical masks when they are not indicated may create a false sense of security that can lead to the neglect of other essential preventive measures. These would include proper hand washing, social distancing, respiratory hygiene, and others. That statement comes from the World Health Organization. That's like black and white, left and right, different. So, how many here, all right, I was trying to listen to all your presentations. 7 out of 9 of you touched your masks multiple times today. How many of you actually washed your hands before you put your mask on? Excellent. But are your surfaces, have they been sanitized? Have they been disinfected? They're certainly not sterilized. There's 3 levels of decontamination. So my point in this is a study was done where medical professionals in the healthcare industry, within 6 hours, over 10% of their masks were infected with viruses. 84% of those people had significant problems with breathing, with the fit, and with headaches. Now, my point here in this is this. If trained healthcare workers who are trained in PPE use, personal protective equipment, struggle to use these things correctly without damage, how do we expect children to? Or the public for that matter? We are not trained in the proper use of that. And in fact, the misuse of PPE, if you talk to any bioremediation expert, will determine that that will actually be worse than not wearing it at all. The last thing I want to say real quick.
I do have to cut you off because it's 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
But please submit your comments for the record so we have them.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, coming for public comment? Are you coming for public comment?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Carrera Jones, and I'm a freshman in high school. I'm here today to share with you my experience with mask mandate. On August 30th, 2021, I went to school without a mask. I walked into my first period, took a seat, and started getting my materials needed for the class. There were 4 other students besides myself not wearing a mask. My teacher started questioning the students who were not wearing a mask. I realized what was going on and looked over to see another student who was not wearing a face mask, feeling pressured, and decided to put one on. I continued to get out my work when my teacher pulled up a chair to sit and talk to me. She asked me what was going on. I told her that I was looking for my homework that was due that day. She told me she wasn't talking to me about that, but where my mask was. I politely told her I did not have one. She asked me if I needed to go to the office to get one, and I told her that I will not be needing one, as I'm not going to comply. She told me that it's not her fault that I have to wear a mask and that I either need to put one on or I need to go to the office. So I told her that I'm not going to be putting one on, so I picked up my stuff and I walked to the office. As I got to the office, I was stopped by a lady that was standing at the front door. Started waving a mask at me, asking me if I needed one. I politely told her no, that I will not be needing one. She waved it near me more and says that I have to have a mask in order to be in the building. And I told her that I will talk to the office lady. By the time I walked up to the counter and started talking, the lady at the door interrupted me and told the office lady that I was refusing to comply. She opened the door to sit me in a chair in the middle of the front office. I sat down as the lady at the door told me that she was going to get an administrator. I didn't know what that was at the time, and I started getting nervous, and I didn't know what was going to happen to me. I quickly texted my mom on my Apple Watch shaking. I could barely type because my anxiety was so bad. But after 2 attempts, I was able to type, "Help." A lady came up to me and asked me what was going on. As I started to speak, when the masked waving lady interrupted me again, saying that I'm not going to comply, the kind lady asked for my name, gave me a piece of paper so she could get my work for me. I thanked the kind lady as I explained that I would not be going to school wearing a mask. One of these ladies surrounding me in the office told me that I was not going to be going back to school for a while then. My mother showed up to get me out of the situation. I walked out of the school building that Monday morning feeling so scared and harassed that I was shaking. I come to school for my education, and your rules are taking that away from me. They say school's supposed to be a safe place, and Monday morning, I did not indeed feel safe. I'm here not only for myself, but also for other peers around me. When we wore masks in 2019 to 2020, I realized that my peers and I became non-social, insecure, and I realized a lot of depression and a lack of communication while wearing a mask. I know that I'm not the only one who has anxiety and depression, and I'm non-social. I feel that each person should have a choice because that's what America is about, choice. And you're taking that away from us. Yes, you can come to us telling us that there are many cases of COVID, and yes, there are. But I would like to ask you where are the flu cases? Yes, COVID is
3 minutes,
sickness.
Mr. President.
But
Okay.
COVID is...
Thank you.
COVID...
I have to stop you. It's been 3 minutes.
Can I finish? It's really important. I'm trying to speak for my peers.
I can't because then someone else is going to want to finish and it could be differing views. I have to stop you, but I would encourage you to please submit those. I would like to read the rest of that.
Well, can I finish this last sentence because it's really important for me and my students that are asking me
I have
come
to be
speak up.
consistent and stop you. I'm sorry. Okay, do we have anybody else for public comment?
And that is why I'm here speaking up, because not for myself, but also for my other peers, and you're taking that away from me.
Mr. President.
Angry about your
Thank you. All right, enough, Joy. Thank you very much.
Where's the dialogue? Where's the dialogue?
You guys don't respond to our emails. Who's gonna talk to her? You guys don't respond. This is our opportunity to discuss.
I respond to plenty of emails, and you know that.
300 a day, yep.
Yep. Yeah, you can shake your head all you want. It's true. Next public comment? Next public comment? Yeah, we need to move on. Please.
Elections, honey, are coming up again.
Mr. President, may I recommend you take a recess?
Yeah, we're
until
gonna
the
take a
crowd can control
recess.
itself?
We're almost done here.
Yeah, we're going to, well,
It's 9:30 at night. Let's just finish. I
No,
think there's
you're-
myself and 2 more, okay? Can we please?
we don't know. Does anybody want to take a recess or do we want to continue? They want a recess. We're going to take a
Of
5-minute
course.
recess. Thank you. So please be back at 9:33. order. And we are going to go ahead and continue with public comment. If anybody in person would like to make public comment who has not done so already. Yes, ma'am. Just state your name for the record and.
My name is Ashley Stewart. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear my name?
Ashley Stewart?
Okay, yes. I'd like to talk to you about my grandpa, who is now in the hospital because of blood clots near his heart. Like I said, my grandpa got the vaccine, as I recall, about 6 months ago. Not a coincidence. Now he has multiple blood clots surrounding his heart, and he now has to have surgery done to him that he might not make out alive. And to me, this is uncoincidental that he just so happened to get this experimental vaccine. Experimental vaccine 6 months ago, before this happened. And frankly, I think you need to let the teachers and students have their own choice that they were promised in America. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Ma'am? And I do apologize, we cut you off before.
You needed a potty break, I get it.
I didn't get one.
That's okay. We all are human. My name is Rachel Jones, for the record. The fix is in on the testing, and the fix is in on the masks. What's next? A vaccine mandate? The fix, we all know how you will vote. You will come in educated, told what to do, follow the ideology. The gene sequence spike protein, it's a toxin. No jab in the arm prevents infection. No spike protein causes the spike protein causes organ injury, low oxygen levels in the lungs, brain fog, heart myocarditis, scarring of the heart muscle from healthy cells to scarring in children for a lifetime, kidney failure, high concentration of toxins in the ovaries, 13 times more spontaneous abortions in the first trimester. This is future infertility. In 2002, 19 years ago, our lovely Dr. Anthony Fauci, the MD, and Dr. Ralph Barrick, PhD, created a biologic weaponized SARS coronavirus in a lab. A crime according to bioweapons and international law. U.S. Patent 7279327 documents this evil creation. The CDC then put a patent in for the virus, the disease, the testing, and the monitoring. They owned all the economics of the virus they created, a biologic weapon. They owned all the economics of an epidemic or pandemic associated with this virus. U.S. Patent 7220852. You should do your own due diligence. You won't because the fix is in. Here's a warning to all medical practitioners, doctors, and nurses. I was just carrying out orders is not a legal defense. They will be on trial for war crimes and held accountable. Their duty is to inform their patient. The vaccine is experimental. As a patient, you are taking part in a trial and can still contract the disease. No guarantee of immunity. The vaccine only lessens the symptoms. You can still spread the disease and will not be exempt from previous mandated government. Vaccine damage and death. Doctors and scientists do not know what the short or long-term damage taking the vaccine can cause, as no long-term studies have taken place. This can include permanent disability and death. Visit vaers.hhs.gov for a current list of damage and death caused by COVID-19 vaccines. And if you're still unsure, read Article 6 of the Universal Declaration of Bioethics. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Okay, my name is Charlotte Stewart, and I just wanted to point out, I noticed that when you guys brought back the masks, I watched from home the presentation by the CDC lady from the last meeting with the Board of Supervisors. And one of the reasons I believe for bringing back the masks was because then you wouldn't have to test as much because they wouldn't have as much contact with people. So if you're testing less, you're gonna have less positive tests because the test doesn't really work. The test is, the one that they're using, they're on emergency use authorization. They haven't been fully approved. To me, I feel like we're being played because it's like, oh, okay, we're going to take away the mask, but we're going to test a bunch of people. So, and then we got the smoke going, so everybody was having symptoms anyways. So of course you were getting back a lot of positive tests. Then you put the mask back on and you're like, oh, we only need to test 1 or 2 kids. So of course the cases are going to go down. That's just one thing that I wanted to point out. And then also with my dad is in the hospital with blood clots. I have a friend in Sparks who got COVID, got the vaccine. Now she has so many blood clots in her lungs, she's been to the hospital 3 times. They don't know if they're going to be able to save her. It's the things tied to this: myocarditis, Guillain-Barré, blood clots, Bell's palsy, other lifelong illnesses. We have no idea what it's going to do. And for our resident to sit in the White House and say, oh, we're going to vaccinate 80 million healthy people, it's not going to happen. And we're going to lose teachers. We're going to lose healthcare workers. We're going to lose all of these important people. And yes, the hospitals are getting overrun because they're losing employees because they're forced vaccinating them. So of course the hospitals are going to get overrun, and it's only going to get worse. Please don't force people to get this vaccine. It's going to kill a lot of people. Thank you.
Any additional in-person public comment? Yes, sir.
I have a flash drive to load, if you don't mind holding off on starting the time till I can get this in here.
Is that, Ryan, is that okay? Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. There's nothing obscene or anything like that.
And sorry, I missed if you said your name.
Oh, sorry, David Lewis for the record. First topic is short. It is completely unfair and shows disrespect towards the parent body that you are supposed to serve by allowing only a 3-minute time limit. It should be increased to 7 minutes. If you don't think giving a concerned parent 7 minutes of time is fair, then I truly believe you should reevaluate your entire perception towards being a school administrator. A quick mention about the school front door locks. After school, my daughter was locked in the school and unable to exit last week. She had to knock on the closed office window to get someone to let her out. This is an unacceptable fire code violation. What happens if the person in the office has succumbed to a fire or has already evacuated? Will my children and others die locked inside the school? Main topic. My children have attended elementary school in this district for 8 years. Almost every year before COVID was even a thought, when the kids returned to school, they would get sick at least once after a few weeks. Multiple times during those pre-COVID years when my wife or I called the office to report our kids as sick, the attendance people informed us that half the school or almost half the school was out sick. Now we fast forward to this year where we have a political-based disease and not a science-based disease. The kids are again forced to be muzzled. The reason given by Richard Stokes on a recorded phone call message was due to 500 kids being out sick. That's typical of any beginning school year, COVID or not. Why has everyone suddenly gone memory deaf to all the previous years of school and the absolutely normal cycle of sickness? You are muzzling our children from nothing more than political posturing. My answer to the parents that have been overtaken by fear is, if you are that concerned about COVID, keep your kids home and homeschool them. You do not get to limit my right as a parent to make a medical decision about my child because you are afraid. From the CDC website, the number of pediatric flu deaths reported to the CDC each season is likely undercount. For example, even the reported number of deaths during the 2017-2018 flu season was 188. CDC estimates the actual number was closer to 600 pediatric deaths. It is likely the actual number of children who die from the flu during the 2019-2020 season is higher as well. Again, from the CDC website, as of September 9th, 2021, 338 children age range 5 to 18 years old have died since January 4th, 2020. So that's 338 kids in almost 2 years. So in 1 year, we have estimated 600 deaths from the flu.
3 minutes.
You do the math.
Thank you.
Which is worse, COVID or the flu? Have a good day.
Thank you. Any addition? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Blankenship. I'll make this quick as I can. I didn't expect to speak tonight, but just wanted to touch on a couple of things. One of the things that was said was that we didn't understand what we were getting from you guys about equity. It's not that we don't understand. It's just that unfortunately, the issue is we don't trust you right now. We don't trust you based on the decisions that you have made that we didn't ask for, that we opposed. That's the main problem. And I wish that we could build that trust back up and we would have to work together as parents and as staff and as a board. I appreciate you tabling that for right now. But again, it's a trust issue. It's not an issue of us not understanding. We're intelligent people and we want to be treated like we're intelligent people. The other thing is, Mr. Walker, I believe you represent Mark Twain Elementary. I've only been to 3 school board meetings. This is my 3rd one, so I'm not 100% sure. And maybe you've been to Mark Twain. You said that you've been to the schools. You know what's going on. This is my 5th school year at Mark Twain Elementary, and I love that school. I've never seen you there, and maybe I haven't been there when you've walked in. I've just never seen you. And so I don't know if you guys go into your schools often. We would like to see you there. We want your support. We want to work with you. When we talk about equity, and we say that we want all students to be able to have the rights of every other student to have what they need. I agree with that. I believe in that. I believe every person deserves their rights and what they're afforded in this life. The issue is we say that, but I don't believe that's true. And for someone who says they're coming to the schools, I don't see that. Do you know a pre-K program based on the grant up to almost 50% of that classroom can have children with special needs? And I'm fine with that. The issue is we don't have the parapros to help with that. I don't know if that's an issue of funding, but if you have one parapro gone, that school day, that classroom is going to struggle. Those children who have special needs are going to struggle. I saw that happen today at my school. It happens all the time. Where are our parapros? Where's the funding for those parapros, that support staff? I don't know where that money went, but now we have an equity director, and I love Mrs. Macy. She was a teacher of mine in high school. I think she's wonderful. But we have a director of equity. I'm assuming there's assistant director of equity. There may be another assistant, a secretary. I have no idea, but where's the funding for the parapros? Those classrooms, if we want to talk about equity and getting those students what they need, we need the staff. I know there's a staff shortage. I see it every day. So we have to figure out what we can do to get staff in there so we can actually meet the needs of the students and the teachers and the classrooms and the families. That's what you're here to service, is the community and the families and the students and the teachers. Mr. Stokes, I've known you for a really long time and I appreciate you. And I know for all of you, this is not easy. I would not want your position, which is why I will never run for your position. But because you've run for this position, you have a responsibility to your constituents. And we're here asking you to work with us, not against us, so that we can work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you want to speak?
Hi, Laurel. I hope you see this. My name's Karen Stevens, and I had this poster made. It was from Doctors Without Borders, who you've heard about many times before. And Dr. Simon Gold said that masks are state mandated child abuse. And I believe she's right. And we've heard from many doctors, scientists, and other medical professionals saying that masks hurt children. So I want to know why we're still hurting our children. It doesn't make sense. When are we going to stop? Who's in charge of stopping this? Anybody? Or are we just going to let this keep going and going? Today I wanted to come and hear Dr. Schallenberger. I thought he was going to be listed to speak, and apparently Mr. Stokes wanted to talk about equity instead of allowing Dr. Schallenberger to speak, who can actually educate us about what's going on about mass and the bioweapon being injected into our children, which now I guess we're going to have a bioweapon mobile showing up at the schools to inject children at some time. We've just gone crazy. This is an upside down world, and it's like our children don't even count anymore. We've had them say numerous times how upset they are about wearing masks. They get sick from them. They have anxiety. And we just keep torturing them with muzzling our children. I think they should be heard. So I guess I'll just leave it at that and hope that you guys decide at some time to unmuzzle our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sue Lewis, and I have 3 granddaughters, 2 in grammar school, 1 in junior high in Carson City. And I just want to show you this mask that my granddaughter Chloe has to use for playing her flute. They cut a hole in it. Now this is insanity. We need to stop the insanity, and please, I hope you all pray and ask God, how do we get out of this? This is a symbol of the continuous insanity we've had for a couple of years. And I'll be praying for you too. Just ask God, what's real? What do we really need to do about this? This is your opportunity to do something to help our country, to get us back to our Constitution. If we lose our constitutional rights, that we're going down the toilet, and I'll be praying for you.
For the record, my name is Lola Easley. Now, we talk a lot about the mask, but I never hear anyone, because we live in a high elevation. We are not at sea level. We don't have the air living down by the beach. We're obstructing oxygen from our bodies, from the thin air that we already live. I live at 6,200 feet. And when the tourists come up there and they're all masked up and it's hot, and I tell them, remove your mask and breathe the fresh mountain air, because you're going to be passing out. I know they don't drink a lot of water, and they go up there to drink and they get drunk and leave their garbage behind. That's another story. But we need to think about the elevation that we live in. These children here in Carson is at 4,500 feet. We're not at sea level. So we need to stop this foolishness. Do you realize how foolish you guys look right now with those masks on? Take a picture and look at yourself.
Valerie Burns for the record. First of all, I'd like to say it must be nice to sit up there in judgment for all the people out here. We are the ones that should be timing you to listen to you blather on about nonsense. Give us the time to represent the facts from the doctors, from the scientists, from the lawyers, from the people that have actual knowledge. You guys need to get back to teaching our kids 1 + 1 = 2, not this Common Core crap that turns a math problem into a 10-page assignment. You need to teach the children the Constitution. You need to teach them that the white person is not the evil one. Get back to telling them that Abraham Lincoln was a Republican and he is the one that freed the slaves. The Ku Klux Klan was brought on by the Democrat Party. Get to teaching them correct history, not critical race theory. And it would be nice if when somebody, a professional, is speaking, that you people up there, especially Stacy, pay attention to what they're saying
We
and
need to
not.
stop directing individual attacks on people.
I am speaking. You're interrupting my time.
Yep, and I'll give you that extra 3
You're
seconds.
interrupting
Go
my
ahead.
time.
Go ahead.
To pay attention to what they're saying and not look at your phone or playing Pokemon Go or whatever you're doing. Thank you.
Next. Any more public comment in person?
Hi, I'm Eileen Easley again.
Sorry.
I just wanted to bring up as far
During
as,
public comment? Oh, I think you already spoke during public comment?
yeah, this is a little bit different.
Yeah, but you already had your 3 minutes.
Okay. We had,
She spoke during item 7? Yeah, then she had her 3 minutes. Did she?
Six.
If you spoke in item 6, you can certainly speak in item 7.
yes, my son, my oldest son, he works in Virginia City at one of the shops. He's already had 3 people pass out at his school because of wearing, or at his job,
Okay.
for wearing masks. And my middle son, he's not allowed to play sports because he's forced tested, which he plays on the team for practice, but he has not been in a meet because of the forced testing. So it needs to stop now. Remember, think of your heart. Think from your heart.
Thanks. And I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Eileen Easley.
Thank you. Any additional in-person public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm closing in-person public comment. Do we have any remote public comment?
Yes, Mr. Cassiopo. From Asia Hensley, she would like to thank the board for putting masks back in school. And from Michael Rowe, he is in support. I support the continued use of masks in school. His family has been using masks throughout the pandemic and have not suffered any ill effects. We've never experienced lightheadedness or passed out from lack of oxygen. More importantly, we have not contracted COVID. May kids also have no problem with protecting their friends as they have done even before the pandemic. They have all been in peanut-free classrooms. They did not make veiled threats of violence because they could not have their preferred snack or consider their friend unworthy of protection because of a pre-existing condition. We should cherish and encourage this level of empathy and selflessness. We know what will happen if we stop masking. Schools have closed across the country. Last week, over 240,000 children tested positive. Last month, about 30,000 children were hospitalized. Because hospitals are full, patients have died of non-COVID treatable illnesses in Louisiana, Alabama, and Kansas. Oklahoma is sending trauma patients to the Dakotas, and Idaho is rationing care in rural facilities. Morbidity rates from a year ago cannot predict what will happen to children when the pediatric ICUs are full. Apart from that, kids can also suffer long COVID and multi-system inflammatory syndrome. And we have no idea if COVID will cause complications later in life the way other viruses can cause cancers or autoimmune diseases. I don't know a lot of parents who are able to miss more work to deal with repeated exposure quarantines or to quarantine their own child should they become infected. I don't know why any who could afford an unexpected emergency room or hospital stay, let alone if the availability of care pushes them out of state and their insurance network. A lot of parents are eager to vaccinate their children as soon as they can and do not want to see COVID run through our schools when we are within sight of the finish line. Every child must have the opportunity to get us protected as he or she or they can before we entertain calls to surrender more ground to this disease. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Cassioppo.
All right, thank you. So public comment is closed. We're going to move on to item 8. Presentation on the sworn program, drug and alcohol prevention for preteen and young adults in Carson City School District. This is for discussion only.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Nice time. Want me on the right or the left?
Whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Hi there, my name is Sergeant Matt Smith, Carson City Sheriff's Department. And tonight I just wanted to take a moment to introduce a new program that we put together in collaboration with the Carson City School District and specifically Dr. Ward, who's sitting with us today. A little backstory on this, I don't want to take too much of the time because I would like them to really present the topic. So I was challenged a little bit ago. I know we used to teach DARE within our school district, and specifically, I didn't know much about a DARE, so I did a little bit of research on it. My thing is, what does a national chain really specifically address with Carson City? What does it know about Carson City? What does it know about the needs that we see here within Carson City? So that was my challenge to myself, and I brought it to my deputy Mead over here. Can we create a program with the collaboration with the school district to specifically address the needs that we see within the city and that plague our youth? So leaving it at that, they did a fantastic job of designing this program. I'd like to present the architect and builders of this program, which I'm very pleased with, Deputy Mead and Dr. Ward.
Good evening, Deputy Gage Mead for the record with the Carson City Sheriff's Office.
And I'm Jennifer Ward, Joseph, principal at Fremont Elementary.
So in building this program, we wanted to give it a catchy name that had the appeal of both a law enforcement side, kind of how DARE encompassed. It was a law enforcement officer, as well as do a joint operation with the Carson City School District. It's our sworn logo that has the Carson City School District as a part of it. If you'll notice within the logo, the badge, it's got items as the puzzle pieces that are going to be covered as the core 6 lessons in there. You'll have a vape pen, social media devices, prescription medications, alcohol container. And really we came up with a mission statement to really kind of drive home exactly what we wanted to get the students to keep thinking about with this. The mission statement is providing students with positive decision-making techniques to prevent negative consequences associated with risky behavior, leading to our core values of pause, think, and act.
So this is our logo as well, and I'd like to give a huge shout out to Carla Mead, who was gracious enough to lend all of her graphic arts design. So Deputy Mead's wife was able to create a very appealing program that we can create stickers and things that the kids would like to decorate their laptops and everything at the completion of this program. Going back a little bit about the core values. As a middle school vice principal, I often had the opportunity to speak with young students, 6th graders, 7th graders, about some of the decisions that they were making. And the difficult part was that they weren't pushing a pause button. And our kids understand the concept of pause with all their gaming and everything else that they do. And so incorporating pause into our program so that they maybe stop and think about the consequences prior to making an action. And that was something that I wasn't seeing some of our kids doing in 6th grade. They were making some pretty big, drastic, long-lasting decisions and not necessarily pushing pause before they sent that picture or that text or put something that they didn't quite understand and into their mouth. And so they made some big decisions without a lot of information. In the program, we have 6 45-minute lessons that will be presented to 5th grade students by our SROs. So our sheriff's deputies will be coming into our classrooms and presenting these 6 classroom lessons. And the 6 classroom lessons are peer pressure, alcohol, tobacco and vaping, marijuana, prescription drugs, and social media, all of which are connected to our Nevada state health standards. And I just listed a few here, but we will have all of them available at the district office. Of all the health standards that this program does address and itemizes for our students. As we go through our program, we talk to the officers about some instructional practices.
As well as establishing some expectations and basically some ground rules, we wanted the students to be able to come out and participate actively in discussions. So leading along the lines of I know someone or I have a friend who, so that way it's kind of just throwing it out there without diming somebody off, so to say. Keeping things on topic instead of just getting out to the weeds with things, and no frills, no lies, no tall tales are just some of the basic expectations. The attention signal is something that is new to me that I was explained from Principal Ward, that sometimes these kids can get sidetracked with some things and you may have to reel them back in. So similar to the old chicka chicka boom boom, we decided to do something a little bit more law enforcement oriented. So when I say sworn, you say in, sworn in, and getting the kids to kind of come back with that attention signal. We have a lesson objective for every one of the 6 lessons that are out there. And we wanted to have at least a minimum of 3 in there, typically something along the lines of this where you will see an I can and I will, and the last one leading with that I swear to pause, just kind of reiterating that, hey, stop and think about what type of consequences this could potentially have, especially relating to that student and their decision-making process.
Throughout the series of units, this is just an example of our social media. So we are activating our students' prior knowledge of the topics. Many of our students feel that they already know all there is to know about the 6 topics, and we want to generate what they think they know and then move forward with some factual information to see if we've had some new learning. Each one includes key vocabulary that we will be using note-taking for, including that for our 5th graders, as well as a series of videos, which I'm not going to show tonight, but there's a series of video clips as well as articles to read and just different types of instructional strategies, including, skip the video, like turn and talks, turn and rights, opportunities for students to collaborate, opportunities for students to journal, and an ability to reflect on every lesson and go back to previous lessons, because so many of our topics do connect with previous topics that they've already covered in our sworn program. So our pause, think, and act is the way we would like to give the opportunity for our students to think differently about some of the decisions they are making. The part I really liked about the switchover is that it really focuses on adolescence and early adolescence decision-making, and not the judgment of what goes on in the family. Most of everything that we're talking about is legal for our families, our adults in the family, to partake. And so rather than passing those judgments, we wanted to really focus on what does vaping cause in a young person's body? What does marijuana, alcohol, tobacco, how does it affect brain development as our students are, 10 to 13 years old, and trying to get them to really start thinking about their brain is still developing, so it may be fine for their 21-year-old brother or sister, but how it affects them is very drastically different. And so it's just important for them to pause and think before they make an action that will have some consequences. So that is the end of our presentation. Are there any questions from the board?
Richard.
When are you going to start this program?
We are starting at Fremont. There will be a slow rollout, so we'll do some training with the officers on instructional practices, and then it will be second semester. We also have a presentation to the Family Life Committee later on in October as an informative piece.
Being an ex-narcotic officer, I'd like to attend one of these things if it's possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so I don't know if you can notice me when you have one so I can attend.
Yep. I'd be happy
great.
to.
Thank you.
Stacy, did you have something?
Buttons. So I was a big proponent of DARE, and Linda Davis did such a good job of making it a local based thing. But there was always that missing piece after they left 5th grade. And then they got into middle school, which is where they really needed this kind of stuff. So I'm really glad to see that we're filling that void. When exactly are you teaching it, though? Is it in a certain class or?
So it's in our 5th grade classrooms during science.
Okay.
So it's part of the health standards. So we thought that science made the best match. And part of the program, unfortunately, with the amount of standards we have to teach, as you can imagine, it's a time sensitive. So DARE became one of those programs where it was taking up an immense amount of time. It was 10 to 11 lessons. And because of the limitations, and some of our kids had to be doubled up. And so it was a 50-1 for Deputy Lisa. And it just became harder and harder to get that good outcome of student learning in not only a 10 hours of instruction is hard to give up for any program. And so really looking at how we could condense it down to a more reasonable amount within our curriculum. They do have the 7th grade full semester class of health, and all of these topics get greatly dove into and digested at a much deeper and more, comprehensive level. This is really just that introduction piece to our students.
And I'm glad to see you guys take the charge, because that was one of the things when we were looking at doing SROs, and then you were getting all the backlash on the police and the defunding and stuff. And this is one of the reasons we have it, is because of that ability to make that relationship yet again stronger with these kids, so that they understand that the police can be their friends too, and help them in crisis, and help other people that they see in crisis, and getting those relationships with the family. So I'm really glad to see you guys taking this to that next level, to give them another opportunity to have a relationship with you.
And that's why we made it a point to actually tailor it to the trends that we see in our community, and it being a local, our own project that we built at any given time, we can updated or transitioned to something to focus more attention on anything that may be coming up.
Yeah, we think of this as phase A, phase one. Yeah, phase one,
Which will give us more opportunity to keep the SRO programs going.
absolutely.
Any additional board questions or comments? Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Sorry, Richard, were you going to say something?
No, I was just gonna say, a great
Yeah.
program, it sounds like.
No, I think
so.
it's a great program. I think when Dare was there, it was a great program. It served a need. And like everything, things have to evolve, and this is an evolution of that. So I'm looking forward to seeing it, and I wish it all the success. And, I think the more interaction we can have with these students, the better. I mean, tonight you heard a lot of different opinions, but in the end, what I try to come back to is we all care about these students. And, we want the best for them, and, we're trying to get there. And I think this is a positive program that I think most people would appreciate. So thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, item 9, I'm sorry. Discussion and possible action on selecting a topic for the 2021-2022 Carson City School District Board of Trustees sponsored American Citizen Essay Contest. This is for possible action. Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. You folks are veterans at helping to understand and administer this particular writing contest. Just as a brief reminder, it occurred after the bombing of the trade towers in New York City. And as a result, this board put into practice a writing contest. Over the years, we have used a number of writing prompts, and those are listed in your packet. And also listed in your packet are some potential topics for this current Citizens Essay Contest, or you are certainly able to propose one of your own. So, Mr. President, this is, I know, something that we've done in the past. The hour is late. I don't need to spend a lot of time on this.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, we've been doing this for a number of years, and this is really one of the most enjoyable things I think certainly I get to do as a board member is listen to these students come up and read their essays because, again, we have students come to us during public comment, and they all speak very eloquently. They're all intelligent kids, despite what you're hearing. They're smart, and so hearing their perspectives on these topics, I think, is fantastic. One thing I'd like to do, not now, but in the future going forward, and maybe we do it already, but have we ever kind of polled the students to see what ideas they might have, just so we have some essay topics that maybe are student-based, just from the list of potential topics we could select from?
Mr. President, we have not done that. We have left the writing prompt up to this body.
Yeah, okay, just something I was just thinking out loud there. But anyway, for tonight's purpose, we need to pick an essay topic for this year's essay contest, and so I'll open it up to the board on any ideas. It can be, Lupe, in case, I think you've been introduced to this a couple times now, but it doesn't have to be on this list if you have a different topic.
Just a thought I have on it, and I don't have a essay topic question formulated at this time, but I was just thinking about how this is the 20th anniversary of September 11th, and there were so many heroic acts on that day. And one of the prompts that we've had for a while is think of someone in your life who is a hero and why. And I'm wondering if we can't somehow tie that back into a remembrance of that. I'm not sure how to word it, but I don't write prompts for students as often as some people do. I'm just throwing it out there, Mike.
So one of the things with it being the 20th anniversary, and not to date myself, but I was on this when we started this, is the events of 9/11 brought this country together. What can we do to bring people together during this time of strife?
Well, I like that. It's, encapsulates 9/11, which is a topic that, obviously is very important, and it brings it into, what we're facing now. Richard, or Mike, then Richard, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things is, so now we're recognizing 9/11 as Day of Remembrance and Service. And so, I mean, you could even, to go along with what Laurel was saying, you could even say on September 11th, many people showed great, you know what I mean? Whatever. They were heroes, and then go into that prompt that's in the suggested list if we wanted to do that. I'm kind of afraid with Stacy's topic, I kind of would like to change the discussion from the differences we have and maybe celebrate what we have that's going well. We're hearing about differences nonstop. So let's think about what's bringing us together.
Sure. Richard.
No, I had the same thoughts about 9/11 being the 20th anniversary. I just wrote a couple of thoughts. Maybe discuss the impact that the events on 9/11 had on America. Over the last 20 years, a lot has changed due to 9/11. But I also like your thing about trying to bring people together. So, but I definitely think we should go along the 9/11 theme if we can.
I was trying to think of how we could do that. The first part you said how it changed their lives, but we're talking about elementary kids that weren't even born, or even high schoolers
Well,
weren't born yet.
that's true.
Year that graduated in 2020 was not born until the month after.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I worry about.
Yeah, and I know that's a
Good point.
concern, certainly, but, again, it is part of our history, and I think most kids have some familiarity with it through, through reading, through parents, through all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I don't think, I wouldn't underestimate our students and I know you're not trying to, but I wouldn't underestimate them. I think they'll rise to the occasion. Any other thoughts? If not, sounds like we might have to script it a bit, but we might have our topic. If I heard correctly, 911 brought us together. How do we bring the country back together, during these times? That I grossly simplified it.
So I was thinking, so I'm just kind of sketching along with what Laurel was saying. So on 9/11, many people showed great heroism in the face of tragedy. And then think of someone in your life who is a hero and explain why.
I didn't have my mic on. I like that, Mike. I was thinking it was also like many everyday people, but it wasn't. It was, I mean, it was, and it was also the firefighters and the office workers and the people on planes. So I like that.
Okay. For Mike, for my purpose, just recap that for me one more time. Sorry, it's getting late.
I know, and it's late for me too. Okay. On 9/11, many people showed great, Laurel, heroism.
I think what I was thinking, okay, so we could do even, just to start, I'm going to add a little bit because I wrote down what you were saying and I was writing stuff. So 20 years ago on September 11th, 2001, many people showed great heroism in the face of tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question prompt, what did you have, Mike?
I just picked number 7 on Mr. Stokes' list. Think
Okay.
of someone in your life who was a hero
And describe
explain
why.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is an action item. Does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move that we adopt the topic as collaborated amongst the board just now.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Richard. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, any public comment on this topic? Seeing none.
No public comment,
No
Mr.
public comment.
Casiopo.
Thank you, Renee. Okay, board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody, on that. Let's move to item 10. Informational update on student enrollment in the Carson City School District for 2021-2022, to include the potential budgetary impact for fiscal year 2022. For discussion only, Mr. Andrew Fueling.
Thank you, President Casiopo and trustees. If you're agreeable to it, I can give you kind of a shorter and sweeter, although it's not that sweet version. And then you can look at some of the other data. I have the detail on every school's enrollment. So if you want to look at that and see how the different schools are doing, that'll be available. But otherwise, I'll just focus kind of on the district overall and what we're seeing. So if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me. So at the meeting, the joint meeting we had the other night, I looked a little bit at enrollment in relation to development going on around the city, residential development. And these numbers are a little more updated. So looking at, again, and they're adjusted a little bit. So you have the 1920 enrollment numbers. To the right of that, 2021. And then as of today, these are the enrollment numbers. I've adjusted the pre-K. At the joint meeting, I had the entire pre-K represented. Here it's just the pre-K students that have an IEP, because we do get a partial funding amount for them. So this really just focuses on the funded amount. Oops, sorry. So overall, kind of similar to what we talked about at that meeting, when you look at students that would have already been enrolled in the district, we have actually added students this year overall. The number is about 29 here. But you can see the trends. Kind of this is looking at, kindergarten last year to first grade this year. So we've added 42 students. First grade last year was 498. This year it's 516. So we've added 18 students. The big difference overall, what really makes the biggest difference, because you can see the enrollment number from last year as a total is higher than what we have this year. So it's actually down a bit. But the big difference comes in with a class of 593 12th graders getting replaced by a class of 496 kindergartners. So that's a pretty significant loss between the 12th grade and then the following year kindergarten. So the impact of that, in getting to the funding piece of it, so nothing as far as how attendance is enrollment is calculated has changed. So average daily enrollment, which was something we moved to in 2017, I believe, basically every single day counts. The number of kids enrolled on any given day counts. It's a pretty significant impact when talking about a change like this. So in the budget that was approved in June, we used for an enrollment number what came out like directly out of the document during the legislative session, which at that time in June didn't seem like an unreasonable number. So again, last year we had about 7434 for average daily enrollment. The number that was being used out of the legislative session was 7606. And so expecting that it was a year coming back out of COVID and looking at the prior year number of well over 7,700, kind of assuming that we'd get a rebound, maybe not a full rebound in enrollment, but clearly that has not been the case. So I'll skip the schools. When you look at this difference in enrollment then, that's a difference of 260 students. And so on a per pupil amount of $7,763, that's a loss of about $2 million overall. We still receive the weighted funding that we've discussed and some other pieces that are built within the new funding model. But basically the only thing that matters in terms of enrollment and the impact is only on this adjusted base amount. So it's a significant reduction in revenue expected for the year. Now, I'll say that as any school year goes on, generally we add kids going to December, so that certainly is possible that we will add back some students. I will also say that last year we had kind of a similar situation where enrollment dropped, and this year we're still kind of just starting to get into the audit, but this year has ended up better than we initially expected, significantly. So there's still time to kind of modify through that. So bottom line, we have a loss of about $2 million in expected revenues. We clearly have still many vacancies, and there would be some savings from that that'll help offset some of that. Last year was a very active year in managing the budget. The principals and directors probably got really tired of me at points in time telling them to stop spending so I could check things, and then you can start again and stop again and start again. But it was just kind of that year, and I think this year will probably be similar in that way. Just trying to navigate through that. We do have the ESSER 3 funds that can be used to offset those losses. However, by doing that, it depletes what I was hoping that we could use 2 years down the road. So it's still early and still kind of some time to work through this, but just getting that out to you that we definitely will have some work to do in trying to navigate around that. Are there any questions?
Any board questions? I think we're good.
So that 2 million deficit that you're talking about is not part of the budget that so that's on top of so that would be minus from the ending fund budget that we tentatively accepted.
Right. So really the budget you approved was a balanced budget, and that's truly because of using the ESSER funds to backfill some things. So this is effectively forcing us to backfill even more. And clearly we have the entire year to look at this and look at adjustments. I mean, the number of students is not anywhere near what we expected. So that's something that we'll have to take into consideration. But as a point of concern, I don't believe in any way that fund balance will reduce by $2 million after this year. There will be savings in a number of places, and we have still ESSER funds to help us out. But if we didn't have some of those things, then yeah.
Okay, any additional board questions? I think we're good so far.
Thank you.
Is that all you had? Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, AJ.
Short and sweet.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 11, discussion on possible action to designate critical labor shortages in mathematics education and special education paraprofessional positions, and to allow acceptance of applications from retired teachers and educational support personnel to fill positions in mathematics and special education paraprofessionals as allowed under NRS 286.523. This is for possible action. Dr. Delphin.
Thank you, President Cassiopo and trustees. Came before you a little while ago regarding some retirees, and today I'm back. And this time I'm asking for board approval for hiring back retired math teachers and also special ed paraprofessionals. So one new knowledge piece that I found that I was actually mistaken on was I thought I needed to show some level of pattern of vacancies for a number of years. Turns out from PERS, after I did some critical research and called them, I found out that the board can assign any position as critical shortage. irrespective of when those vacancies occur. So that's new to me. Therefore, I'm back. I probably will be back some more. We are having a hard time with a particular math vacancy. Mr. Walker kind of spilled the beans, and we have a candidate ready to go. But I'm happy to say that Mr. Greenlee is standing by. With that, I also need a bunch of special ed parapros. We do have quite a few to fill this year, more than any other year. So with that, that's pretty much all I have. And if you have any questions.
I'd just like to add, Dr. Delphin, I appreciate the dilemma, certainly. And I just want to make it clear to the public that, you know, how much we value our substitutes and all that, but to have a trained, licensed teacher, former teacher, if you will, back in the classroom when we're looking at the best possible education for these students is hugely needed. We heard that again tonight, the importance of educating these kids, and mathematics is, a very uncontroversial issue that's important. You need to know math. So, this is important, and I support your request.
Thank you, President Casiopo.
Again, it's an action item, but does anybody have any comments, or does anyone want to make a motion?
One quick question. How many special ed parapros openings do we have?
When I put this report together, Mrs. Wilkie, was 7 that were vacant.
And do we have any understanding of why we have that many openings?
Well, I have
I know special ed is a tough field to be in the first place, but.
It's probably one of the toughest classified positions we have with regard to taking care of our populations that are of extreme physical needs, and mostly in our CLS classes. So with regard to our CLS classes or autism classes, where there is a lot more of interaction with the student, not just academically, but for their physical needs, we do tend to see a little bit more higher turnover in that position. And it is quite not just a physically demanding position, but also emotionally demanding. So we have seen just recently an exit of special ed parapros. Did I see that trend coming? I did not. I know it's been a difficult job, but to your point, Mrs. Wilkie, this is the first year where I've seen that many.
Is it something that maybe because we've had these big increments, you'll be looking into seeing if there's maybe some way to keep some of these without, because I know we can't do money-wise, but there's got to be other features or, I don't know, support or something where they feel valued so that we don't have this kind of turnover.
Sure. I know that Dr. Lennox, who's in charge of special education student support services for our district, during the beginning of the school year, had a professional development day for not just the special ed staff, but also the parapros. That went over really well. I'm happy to say, I don't want to steal Dr. Lennox's thunder, but because of that PD, there was a lot more interest in learning more about how to handle kids with special needs and being able to feel confident in taking care of their needs. As we have heard over and over again, that each kid has differentiated needs, and to have as much professional development and training certainly helps retain our staff.
Richard, did you have something?
And I think also this is one of those jobs that isn't always very stable because it's dependent on the kid. And if a child moves away or ages out of the school or the IEP team makes other decisions, then that could impact the job. And so I think a lot of times you find really strong parapros, and then when a more stable position opens up, they also kind of gravitate into those more secure positions. And so I think it's a battle that none of us have an answer to, because obviously people want secure employment.
I do have some good news. I do have 2 that came from those special ed para-pro ranks that are going to be special ed teachers. So I'm losing them on one hand, but gaining them on the other. Yep.
I was just wondering, we have 7 openings, you say?
Yes,
Do you have 7 people lined up to fill those positions if this is approved?
I wish I did.
Or is it just an enticement to try to get somebody to apply?
Yes,
Okay.
Trustee Varner, I appreciate that. And if anyone out there in TV land is looking at our website, please look at all our vacancies. But we definitely are looking for more special ed parapros. Because of our advertisement, we've been able to fill our bus drivers, by the way. So it does help when we get the word out, and that's been our best advertising, has been word of mouth.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Anybody awake?
Excuse me. I'll make the motion. I think it's a long motion, that's probably why. I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees pursuant to NRS 286.523, in light of the efforts made by the district to fill the open positions in mathematics and special education paraprofessionals, as outlined by Dr. Delphin today in the documents submitted. We are making the findings required by statute, and we adopt the written findings made by Dr. Delphin in the Nevada PERS forms presented to the Board of Trustees. And based on those written findings, we declare that the statutory provisions provided in NRS 286.523 have been met, that there is a critical shortage of labor for mathematics teachers and special education paraprofessionals for a period not exceeding 2 years.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any board discussion? Any public comment on this topic? Seeing none?
No, Mr. Cassiopo.
Thank you. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 12, discussion and possible action to approve proposed changes to CCSD Policy 303, Superintendent of Schools. This is the second reading, and it is for possible action. Richards.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Mr.
Richard.
President. Just as a reminder, the items that are added to this proposed change in this board policy show up in bold text, and anything that is being suggested that it be struck or removed is shown by a strike through. This is a second reading, and approval tonight would affix tonight's date as a revised date, and we would move forward with this as a revised policy.
Thank you. And I believe the majority of the changes were pretty minor. It was just how we addressed the board in the text in this document.
So I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees approve September 14th, 2021 as the revised date on Policy 303, Superintendent of Schools.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Any board discussion? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none.
No public comment, Mr. Cassiopo.
No remote public comment. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you again. Okay, item 13, discussion and possible action to review and select a proposal from 3 third-party consultants to assist in the process of hiring a new superintendent for the Carson City School District. Third-party consultant proposals have been submitted by GR Recruiting, McPherson and Jacobson LLC, and Nevada Association of School Boards. The fiscal impact of selecting a proposal shall not exceed $19,050. This is for possible action, and I'll lead us off on a brief discussion. And Ryan, if it's appropriate, I read through all 3 proposals and tried to prepare kind of a summary of like items between them. Can I pass this out to the board? There's no recommendations on it, it's just information.
No, the proposals themselves are in the packet, and you can make the handout sheet available to the public upon request.
Sure.
It'll be a part of the minutes.
Okay.
But you're welcome to hand it out.
Okay, perfect. I just did this to help facilitate some of it. So brief background, I started off a couple meetings ago, I proposed a schedule to pursue hiring a superintendent because our superintendent is retiring June of 2022. And I set up the schedule as if we were, as a board, going to march down this process and do the interviewing, do the hiring and all that. But there were some comments from the board that maybe a third party might be better suited for this. And I think that's valid. They do this for a living. Being a trustee is, for lack of a better term, a part-time endeavor. And this is important. This is probably one of the most important things we do as a district, is make sure we hire a superintendent that is going to represent not just our district, but our community in a fair, reasonable way. So with that, the other side of that for me was, especially in today's climate, us doing this and trying to hire a superintendent, aside from it being a challenge to do and not wanting to make mistakes, I don't want there to be any perception that somebody was in the works. We had somebody in mind all along. This allows some objectivity and fairness is what the goal is. And by having a firm that's going to do this and is going to look beyond our district as well as within our district for the next possible superintendent, I want to just make it clear to folks in our district who might be interested in running for superintendent that hiring a firm and going outside is not a reflection on anybody. I think we have some very competent, qualified people that may choose to run, but I think it's also in the public's best interest to throw a wide net and really make sure we know who's out there and who, may be the right fit for the job, if you will. So with that said, we have the three firms. What I tried to do is I read through each proposal like 3 times. And, I write proposals and read proposals for a living, and they're all dry, mine included. But what I tried to do is list of these firms, which ones are national, which ones might just be in Nevada, where their home offices are, the approximate number of employees. For those that don't have a copy of this yet, I have that listed for 2 of the 3. How long the two companies of the 3 have been in business. If they reference any sub-consultants they might use, what kind of experience they might have in Carson City, whether or not they listed references, the general process they were all going to use, from initial involvement to staff and public input to the recruiting to all the way through hiring, what the timeline might be, what their fees might be, to include the base fee, cost for travel, cost for advertising, and things like that. One of the firms had, they were pretty clear about this is what we include, this is what isn't included, it could be an extra. So costs can run up on you, and it's our job to be fiscally responsible and, make sure we're doing this in a reasonable, financially responsible manner. And so anyway, that's what I tried to sum up on here. And then the bottom, in all honesty, was more of my scribble. I never finished it because it was like 2 a.m. and I just finally faded. And that's my life. Anyway, so I want to open this up to the board. Our goal tonight is to consider making a motion to select one of these firms. Do we have, anybody have any questions, any comments? Yeah, I'm sorry. So the summary I did, the firms are on the top. One of the firms, I'm calling it a firm, I guess they don't really qualify as a firm, is NASB, the Nevada Association of School Boards. But they are in Nevada. They have hired superintendents before. They're familiar with this process. they know our district, they know the state, but they also know other districts in other states. So they are also qualified. I felt the 3 proposals we received were, all had valid qualifications.
Okay, your base.
So maybe what I'll do, if I don't hear anything, I may just go down the list and just individually ask for questions, and then if someone's ready to make a motion, great. If not, the other option is we would have to bring this back to a future board meeting. Mike, do you have any thoughts?
I have thoughts. I'm pondering. So, I mean, I'd rather hear some other people's thoughts and then weigh in.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I did reach out to Lola in Clark County because she was listed as a reference for GNR Consulting when they hired Jesus Jara. And she explained some of the difficulties that they had with that process. She just said she didn't know if it was their disorganization or she couldn't really say one way or the other if it was the group or just their board's disorganization. But she said first we were only brought external candidates, then we wanted internal candidates as well. So it caused a bit of she said there was a little more conflict during the course of that. So I think that's kind of, especially hearing where we're at, and it's late at night, and I'm not sure I'm ready to make a decision tonight. I think that would be where I'm kind of leaning towards. I'd like a little more information. My experience using a different consultant, not any of these, when we hired the executive director for NASB was not favorable. So I do understand the need to look that there is some there's benefit to looking within internally, and there's benefit to looking externally and to opening it up. I just hesitate a little to commit to anyone at this time.
Okay.
We
Stacy?
did have a bad experience because we had never had to do it before, especially for NASB. We didn't have to ever look for an executive director. I think it's real important that, like you said at the beginning, Joe, we're doing this for transparency, number one. We've worked really hard in this district to set up programs for teachers to become administrators and administrators to become associate superintendents, and associate superintendents to come and be superintendents. That's been the way that we've been doing it. I think this adds a little bit more transparency to it. So like you said, we're not handpicking somebody, has somebody from outside, whatever these 3 firms are, and then opening it up to see what else is out there too. I mean, that's good, but I don't want it to be taken as we don't believe in any of our associate superintendents or any of our employees especially at the administrative level, that we don't think that they could come in and step in and be superintendent too, because otherwise we wouldn't have those programs in effect. So, but I'm like Laurel, we had a bad experience, and maybe have a little bit more time because we didn't get our packets till Friday.
Right.
And to dive into the other 2 that we don't really know of, I would like a little bit more time to look, because they did have kind of a disconnect in Clark too with the one. But
Right.
that might have been just because of their board, because that's what happened with us at NASB. We, as members looking for the executive director, we didn't really make clear what we wanted out of an executive director or what to expect. And then we're going to have the same challenge here, is we weren't willing to pay the rates that good candidates wanted too. So that's the other thing,
Right.
that we were faced with there too. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and that's something we have to look at. I appreciate that. Okay, Lupe. I can't.
I don't have a lot to contribute, unfortunately, but I definitely would like a little more time to review this.
Okay. Laurel, do you have anything else? Otherwise, we'll go to Richard. Okay, Richard. Okay.
I was wondering on NASB, I know that a couple of you guys are pretty well in tune with NASB. Have you talked to anybody who have used NASB to do a superintendent search? And if so, what kind of feedback did they give?
I talked to Bob Burnham about his, but yeah, but we hadn't had a chance really to talk to any of them at this point.
You know, we haven't had in-person NASB meetings until that most recent training, and I believe Deb worked with Lincoln County as well, and I know she's currently working with Elko.
And I think she did Churchill too, but I'm not
She
sure.
might have helped Churchill
The
too.
second
I'd
time
have to
around.
double check with it. It just, you know, those are the type of conversations when you're not on a Zoom training that you're able to more easily have with people. So I feel like we're a little behind the ball on that. But that's something, if we have more time, we could reach out to the different board members we know.
Yeah, I mean, something I'd like to do is, we do have to bring this to a head soon, but we don't need to make a decision tonight. And I just, I guess for the benefit of the public and those in attendance, it's one thing to say that our superintendent's retiring June of 2022, but we can't hire somebody in May and expect them to be up to speed. There's transition and, there's contract negotiations and all that stuff, and then transition and whatnot. So that's kind of the urgency of, getting organized now. And also, money is a factor. People would be right to say, hey, you guys keep complaining about money and now you want to spend money. There is money in the budget to a degree to do some of this. It's certainly not unlimited, and there's a fairly wide range in fees here. GR Consulting gave us a base fee of $15,000. They estimated some travel and advertising, so their total estimated fee was $18,000. McPherson was $19,050, and NASB was $9,500. So NASB comes at a considerable savings. Some of that is travel expenses. They're here in the state.
And you also, with NASB though, you have one person. And there are limitations.
They are limited, that's right. Yeah. So there's reasons. So, what I'd like to do is give everybody then a chance to look at this a little longer. The next board meeting, hopefully we'll be prepared to make a decision. In the time being, if you come up with any questions that you would like to ask these three firms, we would treat it like any other interview process. If we're going to ask one firm a question, we're going to ask all three the same question. And so, but if you have any thoughts, you could send them to me, or you could send them to Renee, and we could compile them. And, we can get some questions answered if you're on the fence between something or you just need to know more.
Are all the boards or all these firms or whatever we're going to call them, are they ready to go if we choose one of them?
I think they're like anybody else. They indicated they're ready to go. But it depends on when we say go. If we catch them when they don't have a lot to do, they're right on it. If they happen to all of a sudden sign, a half a dozen contracts, we could be in the queue. So I don't have an answer, but I mean, that's always a possibility.
Joe, I have a question
It's a
for
supply
you.
chain issue like everything else.
I'm just wondering if open meeting law, it might be better to send questions to Renee.
Yes.
So that we're not all
That's-
sending you emails.
Yeah, that's why I corrected myself. I'd rather the questions go to Renee. Okay. So I can just walk me through again the right way.
Mr. President, there's no motion pending on the table, so as the president, you have the option to table the item. My only suggestion would be, because it's listed for public comment, that you still call for it.
Okay.
But if you are going to table it, I would just suggest asking for public comment and then doing so.
Okay. Any additional board discussion? Seeing none, do we have any public comment in person? Seeing none, do we have any remote public comment, Renee?
No, Mr. Cassiopo.
Okay, no remote public comment. We are going to go ahead and table this until the next scheduled meeting of the board. Item 14, approval of the consent agenda. This is for possible action.
So So moved.
Motion, I'm sorry, who was the second by?
Second.
Stacy? Okay, any board discussion? None, any public comment? Seeing none, Renee, any public comment?
No, Mr. Cassiopo?
Okay, board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item 15, informational items for discussion only, no action will be taken. Any questions from the board on the informational items? Seeing none, how about requests for future agenda topics? Maybe pillows and some NyQuil or something? Just kidding. Okay, hearing none, we're going to adjourn. Thank you, everybody.